Hello. So good afternoon, friends. Good to see a full house out here at this hour. So my name is Leslie DeMonte, and as the technology editor of Mint, it gives me immense pleasure in welcoming all of you to the inaugural edition of the Digitalist Forum organized by Mint and SAP, which also explains why I have Dilip Kumar Khandelwal, the MD of SAP Labs India, with me on stage. Friends, given that digital transformation is the broad theme of this event, it is pertinent to note that when the digital tsunami hit us a few, almost like, what was it, a decade back, we started sensing it. It was around that time that among the sectors that were hit badly, the media sector was one of them. As far as Mint was concerned, Mint was a fledgling startup at that point in time, but maybe perhaps what also helped that it was also a digital native in one sense. We were the first newspaper to have an integrated newsroom in this country. And what was important is that when the result was seen, we are one of those papers that has managed to marry both the offline world with the online world, the physical world with the digital world, now which is also known popularly as phygital. But none of these things would have happened if the drive would have not come from the top. I mean, in most companies, it is the CEO or the C-suite executives who do it. Of course, in a newspaper, it has to be the editor. And much of the credit also goes to R. Sukumar, who is the editor of Mint. And that's why I was very happy when he agreed to moderate the CEO panel, because that's apt. Now, digitalist is also a word which is very close to SAP. Dilip, why don't you tell us the reason for that?
Thank you, Leslie. And also the warm welcome from my side to this Mint Digital Forum by SAP. SAP is in India for now close to 20 years. And I think we take pride in ourselves being very closely partnering as a partner in building this nation, our customers and our employees. And I think we see generally a great amount of optimism in the industry. And this is mainly triggered by the formation of government policies in the recent times, as well as the big startup ecosystem which is there. And I think if you look into the detail, I mean, India is projected to grow to 10 trillion as an economy, which is a substantial rise from currently 2.5 trillion. And I think if you want to go with that projection, it is extremely important that the Indian industry play a very big role. And if Indian industry has to play a big role, there has to be certain kind of digital transformations which is happening in each and every enterprise. And that's where SAP feels that SAP as a valid and a business partner can really help a lot of this enterprise to go on the digital journey and make sure that this becomes their part of the journey and become a growth story, not just for India, but everywhere in the industry in the world. As I said, I mean, when we talk about Digitalist, the disruption is happening in across every business model. And this business model disruptions are, if needs to happen, it needs to be driven mainly by the business leaders. And the days are gone where it was a CIO who is driving it, but it has to have a combination of business along with the technology, and the guys who will take the leadership will become the digitalist. And that's where we felt it is apt that we have this Digitalist as a forum where we create a platform for all the digitalists in this country to come together and become a change agent for going forward. And at the end of the day, we will also recognize 10 digitalists out of India. I mean, I think you saw already in the newspaper the winners, but I think that is a broader purpose. We are here for a purpose where we felt that SAP can really help all the enterprises to go on the digital journey.
Thank you, Dilip. So before we get on with the event, some housekeeping tips. Please put your mobile phones on silent. Pointless asking you all to switch it off in a digital event. And there's the hashtag, you're encouraged to tweet about us. The hashtag is Digitalist India. And if you look at the construct of the event also, we have, besides the keynotes, we have a CHRO panel, we have a CFO panel, we have a CEO panel, but we don't have a CIO panel. So this, without being disrespectful to any CIOs, you should help me out here. What's the reason for that?
I think I already covered this in my...
Partly you did that.
Partly in my intro. I think it's got to do basically with, in the new digital world, you look for a combination of a business plus the IT, and the business decisions should ideally come from the lines of business.
Correct.
So that's why you have a panel on CHRO and a panel on CFO and a CEO.
So basically that what we're saying is that digital is no longer the preserve of any one function. It is cross-disciplinary, multifunctional initiative that has to get a push from C-suite executives. Now, last but not the least, of course, I think Dilip has already said, we'll also be honoring the 10 digital leaders. Without much ado now, we'd like to call on stage the first keynote speaker of the day. He is Bernd Leukert, a member of the SAP Executive Board Products and Innovation. Bernd joined SAP in 1994, was appointed to the Executive Board in 2014. He also heads strategic initiatives at SAP, driving the development of new growth opportunities. He's responsible for things like IoT, Industry 4.0, and SAP S/4HANA. He's also responsible for leading design and user experience at SAP. He holds a master's degree in business administration with an emphasis on engineering and information technology from the University of Karlsruhe, Germany. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernd.
Thanks for the nice introduction, and very warm welcome from my side. What an exciting time, and what an exciting moment to stand here in front of a crowded room of C-level executives talking about the impact of digitalization on the economy. And having that Digitalist forum here in Mumbai means a lot. It means that today's business is shaped with unprecedented growth, with growth driven by technology, driven by software, and the ability to scale globally. And just coming from Walldorf, Germany, which is the headquarters of SAP, I want to share with you a quote of our chancellor, which impressed me a lot. And she said to me recently, the question is not whether you are able to change, but the question is whether you are able to change fast enough. And then she stopped. And I was thinking, okay, she could have continued saying, if you are not changing fast enough, you will be changed. And I think looking around, nobody wants to be changed. Everybody wants to have the own destiny in the own hands. And the demand of the digital transformation are greater than any other demands placed on information technology ever. According to analysts, the global impact on that trend, some call it revolution, is supposed to be $70 trillion US. And just to put that big number into perspective, it is supposed to be 3, 4, 5 times bigger than the impact of electronic commerce, which was big already. And it still amazes me talking about these huge numbers, as I'm sure I would not be able, if you give me a pen and a paper, to write that number without error with the plenty of zeros on a sheet of paper. So events like this give us the opportunity to come together, to share thoughts, to exchange best practices, and to seize the opportunity of the digital transformation. And today, I want to focus on the opportunities. In many articles, I see only the challenges and the negatives. I personally think that transformation is a massive opportunity. It's a massive opportunity for us as a company, for you as companies, but not just for the companies and the industry, more even for the society and for the environment. And to be part of that journey is an amazing opportunity. And to be part of a great Indian success story and being here in Mumbai is a real pleasure. Thanks for having me here today. Why do I personally think that SAP as a company is uniquely positioned? Not to disrupt our customer business, rather to help to win in the digital age. Has a simple reason. No one else understands the enterprise better than SAP. Serving 25 industries, serving 350,000 customers, serving 87% of the global Fortune 2000 companies, and having more than 75% of the global business transactions of these companies running sooner or later or anywhere in a process through an SAP system. Making SAP the undisputed leader in business applications. And why do I make that statement? If you want to win in the digital age, you need to have access to the data. And the data sits in SAP systems. But it's not owned by SAP. All our customers own that data. And therefore, leveraging our portfolio, you can redefine, you can reinvent, and you can optimize your processes. And you have the opportunity to define your own destiny. You have to create new business opportunities previously unforeseen, because the power to process this huge amount of data in acceptable time, I would even say in real time, was not there. To differentiate from your competition and to drive new value for your business, you have to combine software or algorithms, which are inserted into software, with the data that sits in the system. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the incredible journey SAP India has contributed to the success of SAP itself. A strong contributor in the Digital India vision, even before that initiative was ever formally announced. And SAP India, and having Dilip here, having Deep here, I still remember when we had the first business transactions, which was 20 years ago. It was in 1996. And 2 years later, SAP decided, under sponsorship of Gerd Oswald, who is with me here today, to start a lab here in India. And we were proud that after a couple of months towards end of the year, we had close to 100 employees. Now, SAP India is home for more than 6,500 people, serving more than 7,500 customers just in that market, just in that country. And beyond the lab, if we add the total number of employees, I think it's that deep. It's more than 10,000 people where SAP gives a home, gives a future for the society and for the families of these people. So that speaks volume. That speaks that SAP has massive trust in that place here in India. And it would not be that trust if we would not have a fantastic leadership. Dilip with you, Deep with you. You have grown that small little plant towards a big tree, and we have massive plans as well going forward in the next decades. Just reflecting on the World Economic Forum in Davos, which I participated in January, and it impressed me that India leaped 16 places up in the competitiveness ranking. While many say that is only possible because of the progressive economic policies, I would say that the infrastructure investment in India played a massive role that India was ranking in the hierarchy. But not just the classical brick and mortar infrastructure with roads, with bridges. I'm rather thinking of the foundation, and this is the information technology backbone to connect every corner in the country, to connect every individual. I like, by the way, the video that I think it was birds connected to things and things connected to birds. So every digital asset, every individual is ultimately being connected. And building that IT infrastructure is the foundation for Digital's India first vision area. And once infrastructure is laid out and made accessible to enterprises, but not just to enterprises, to startups, to young entrepreneurs, to universities, to students, ultimately to everybody in the society, the second vision area of Digital India will start to shape and will start to take place. Opening doors for complete new business model, what you said, Dilip, in your opening words, through innovative software and services, improving governance as a whole. Just look at the opportunities offered by the India Stack, the open API framework, Aadhaar idea for verification. I tell you, Germany would be proud if we would have that opportunity. We don't have this. So we are far advanced against many of the countries. I'm even not aware that any other country has it. I just know that some presidents always ask for fingerprints and ask questions over and over again, queuing up in the immigration. Sam is smiling. He knows which country I'm talking about. And that countries rather are stick with, I would say, paper governance, while India goes the opposite direction into paperless governance, cashless commerce, ease of verification for banking, for connecting the unbanked. And at SAP, we believe in the value of open source, we believe in the value of open eyes, we believe in the value of an open ecosystem. And APIs, or we can call it connectivity in non-tech language, connectivity to data, that IDC predicts that in 2 years, that connectivity will be the primary mechanism to connect data with services and ultimately create value. So distributed across a digital economy, across entire value chain, the third vision area about digital empowerment will take place. Digital skills are the foundation for innovation in any business. Successful digital transformation requires a massive reskilling of your existing workforce, or, let me phrase it differently, a systematic, sustainable development approach. We have taken at SAP serious steps, big steps, to build continuous learning as a kind of a DNA of our own organization. And we started a variety of learning programs for our own employees, but more than that, that would not be enough. More important for our customers, for universities, for partners, for startups, for the entire ecosystem. And initiatives such as Open SAP, an open digital platform for online learning, the SAP Learning Hub to build up professional skills in SAP products, but as well in technology trends outside the SAP portfolio, is instrumental in driving that education. And have a combined user base of more than 1 million, of millions of users, with the users in India, is creating that massive opportunity which we have in front of us in our hands. So learning is an integral part of the digital transformation. It's inclusive, and every employee, every student, I would say every kid at school has to be part of that education exercise, which will never stop. And the digital transformation, fortunately, does not have a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not one corporate function that is affected, and you cannot delegate it to one C-level. I just learned that we don't have a CIO chat, we just have C-level chats. So that is what I mean, that every function, every process step in the enterprise is affected. And we, as SAP, have developed a digital business framework in order to support and to structure a conversation with our customers, in order to have our portfolio, our comprehensive portfolio, very easily visualized, no matter which company we are talking to, no matter which industry we are talking to, no matter which line of business we are talking to. Whether companies want to start with how to digitally engage with their customers across several channels, whether they want to start a conversation rather how to engage with suppliers, or let me say, how to build a network of suppliers in the digital area. Whether you are in an asset-intensive industry where managing assets and connecting to any physical asset is key in order to have your business continue to run. And with our digital business framework, we can help you with every aspect of the transformation and wherever you want to start the dialogue with your business. Through organic innovation, but as well some strategic acquisition, we have built that comprehensive portfolio that drive an open, honest and frank conversation and discussion with you, with our customers. And only we can bring together these insights, which comes, again, from the data and from the algorithms in real time. Because otherwise, you just have a system which can tell you that you would have known what happened yesterday, but you are unfortunately a day late. And we can deliver digital value in a complete new way of engaging with your customers, in a complete new way how you manage your total workforce. And I'm on purpose saying total workforce, as I'm not just talking about own employees, I'm talking as well about temporary workers, which are more and more best practice in companies to cover peaks. We can give you a digital insights across any business, across any country in your total spend management. And we can connect with Internet of Things services, any human being, any physical asset in the extended supply chain. And of course, these capabilities are not limited to any industry. And our innovation, of course, does not stop here. This is what the business has done in the past already. But we will enrich these capabilities with artificial intelligence, with machine learning, with deep learning. We will first steps go into blockchain, into a secure way of managing distributed data. Again, accelerating and smarter enabling any transactions, whether this is in financial services, whether this is in supply chain, doesn't matter. And we deliver, of course, what has made us strong for more than 45 years, security and data privacy in every application, or let me say in every single technical transaction. And despite the ability to play in these many fields, we will stick to what made us strong, deliver end-to-end processes across the entire value chain. As I will not have time, I promised I talk just 25 minutes to go through our entire portfolio. I just want to highlight a few parts of the portfolio that is hopefully food for thought for some question, for a dialogue later in the meeting today. And I want to start with a few examples that we are leaving more the theoretical part of the discussion. My first example is from the public sector, from the transportation sector. And it touches Internet of Things, it touches connectivity, and of course, big data. And rail travel is big in Europe, and certainly, I learned as well, in India. Is the experience to jump on a train always the best? I have my question marks. But some countries learned that, and Italy is a front runner in that. And when Tanya and the team had the first interaction with Italian railways, the first message from the executive team was that they are not thinking of improving their P&L. Their first thought was on the customer. How can you improve customer experience? As it was even in the German news that in the summertime, there were crowded trains. All people love to go to Italy in summer, but unfortunately, the Italians allowed that more people jump on the train than officially allowed. And then if the air condition breaks and if the bathroom doesn't work, you can imagine how great the experience is on your first vacation day. So this was a pain point they want to address. And what we did is we equipped just a sample, I think it was 6 trains with sensors. And we were collecting data. We were collecting sensor data. Ultimately, in the meantime, we have rolled it out to 6 million sensors, leading to terabytes of data collected day in and day out. And connecting these data with intelligence, predicting failure of air conditioning, predicting failure of bathroom doors, basic things which ultimately continue to let the company operate the trains as they did before. But what was changed? They did not go forward with a checkbook approach, a check of a train. If it runs, it continues to run. And if a year is over, you check everything again. And if the air condition breaks 2 weeks after the check, you have to run on that train for another 11 and a half months. No, we changed from a reactive checklist approach to a predictive maintenance approach, and even repaired the products before the failure happened, leading to a massive increase in customer satisfaction. And what many, are there some CFOs here in the room? I guess so. Yes, here. The CFO was happy that with that change in the process, the annual maintenance cost was reduced by roughly 10%. And if you have maintenance costs which extend €1 billion on an annual basis, I think this creates a smile in every CFO's face. So a win-win situation for the customer and for the P&L of the company. And I could mention more of these examples. AMG, they use predictive maintenance for engine testing. Then there is, in Norway, Arctic Wing, one of my favorite examples. We did a small startup acquisition allowing us to create a digital twin, in this case of wind turbines, but that is just the use case which we started with. We can create these digital twins for any physical asset that exists. And we have examples as well from cities. For example, in Latin America, in Buenos Aires, we converted a very, let's say, agile and, in German we would say, unorganized city into a smart city, where digitalization helped to organize and to process operations on a day-to-day basis, whether this is lighting of cities, whether this is disaster prevention, and many more opportunities. But no other topic typifies the digital transformation more than the connectivity to things and to people, which is covered with the headline Internet of Things. And therefore, we as a company have decided to invest massively, to invest 2 billion from now until 2020 into that segment, into a segment of driving and helping our customers to win in the digital world. We have announced at the Capital Markets Day a brand for our digital business, which is Leonardo. And we will address with that portfolio a cloud platform that is helping our customers to win in Internet of Things, to enhance it with machine learning, and to have analytics on top of it, to have not just the insights, to have the visualization wherever you are, even on mobile devices, and the ability to react fast and then close the loop in an infinity loop and trigger transactions whenever the insights come. So we will use that capability and release this to the market to have an ecosystem which is much more creative than we as a company can be. And of course, we will build our own standard line of business and industry best practices that help you to use standardized best practice software out of the box. But I'm sure that there will be great things and great stories if we meet again in 1 year from now on. The second digital transformation example, next to Trenitalia, I want to mention is from the healthcare industry. As I know that in a society where, fortunately, we have progress as well in the medicine, where we have empowered users, where we have access to information that ultimately, at least in some cases I heard, make patients more informed about their health status than the doctor, diagnosing in a couple of minutes and telling you what to do. And there are more and more patients demanding more and more sophisticated treatment, demanding that doctors and treatments and hospitals are on top of what they know already. And this is only possible by unlocking huge amount of patient data, uncovering the insights in real time. And why real time? Because when you sit next to a doctor, he needs to have access to that real-time information. And you are not able to wait and come back a day later and have the right diagnosis. So healthcare organizations, pharmaceutical companies have realized that potential of personalized medicine. And we have started to invest in that segment as well with Medical Research Insight, an application powered by our in-memory database, by HANA, allowing us to access huge amount of data, even distributed data, allowing us to process even text written by doctors from previous treatments, and giving you real-time insights. And we have piloted that module with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, the world's largest association of oncologists, with more than 34,000 members. And they are, in the meantime, our biggest partner, but as well our biggest user and supporter to drive that healthcare segment. And they have chosen our real-time platform, HANA. They have chosen Medical Research Insights and developed an application called Cancer Link, which is the knowledge base harnessing data from millions of patient records to deliver personalized care to people and to stop with treatment where a doctor has 5 to 10 minutes time and decides this is the chemotherapy I think, based on experience, based on feelings, is the right one for you. So our vision and our strategy to make the world run better and to improve people's life is not just a slogan. It's actually a reality in the portfolio which we deliver today. And ultimately, a very different use case, which addresses people as well, is that due to climate change, natural disasters are unfortunately happening in shorter and shorter iterations. What we cannot do with software is changing the frequency of the disaster. That depends on other influencing factor. But what we can do is collect data. What we can do is predict these disasters and minimize the damage they can cause. So looking back on 2016, there was a wildfire here in India, Uttarakhand, I was informed, damaging thousands of acres of forest. I would say damaging a natural ecosystem. And displacing people, not just affecting tourism, causing impact on the natural landscape, but most wildfires have common recurring patterns. And with cooperation with the European Space Agency, who is anyway making every second a picture of our planet and capturing this data in a real-time in-memory platform and analyzing this data allows us to predict these natural disasters, whether this is a wildfire, whether this is a flood, whether this is tsunami, doesn't matter. And I have just had the chance to present that in a small demo to the Japanese Premier Abe, who was, Japan was the partner country of CeBIT in Germany, a big IT event, and to our Chancellor Merkel. And it was the event when she made that statement, which I used in my opening word. So why is it so impactful? First of all, if there are people from the insurance industry, you should jump on and say, I want to have this, because if you can prevent natural disasters from spreading across the country, this has massive impact on your insurance mathematical calculation. And everybody who is responsible for government, which Premier Abe of Japan was, he came back to me and said, please make sure that my ministers have access to that technology because I feel responsible for the people in Japan. And so does, from my perspective, every executive who has been elected by the people to run a country. So, and my last example, coming back to business, is about customer experience. And about customer experience, changing the way from going to physical stores, now leveraging in the consumer to business, the next generation digital interaction with customers, in many cases with consumers, helping companies to build a much deeper relationship with, in many cases, anonymous customers. Because even maybe there are some favorite stores where people know you, but in many cases, the companies who produce products actually do not know their customers. This is just an anonymous crowd. And all the promotion, all the marketing is as well just spread into an anonymous crowd. And having a system that is able to analyze this data and to personalize marketing, to personalize promotion, to personalize the dialogue is, from my perspective, the way people feel, let's say, engaged and feel a high level of appreciation. So insight into why customers buy, but as well insight why customers do not buy. Across channels, whether this is an online browsing, whether this is a call center, whether this is social media, whether this is a flagship store, is what makes the difference. And with Tumi, who is on that slide behind me, we have used to bring a new storefront, which was in former times a duration of 4 to 5 months. In a digital way, we reduced that time to 2 to 3 weeks. So customers have the necessity and the opportunity to engage with Tumi now across several channels, and Tumi always knows how to engage with that customer. What did the customer buy before? And how do I position in an intelligent and smart way promotion that fits to that consumer needs? So let me summarize. I started with the digital business framework, showcased 4 digital transformation scenarios. We as SAP feel we are ready to serve any industry and any company, and SAP is India is your partner in the digital transformation story. We have, as a global leader, outside of our headquarters, the largest development and engineering led by Dilip, and not just because there is an amazing amount of talent and skilled people here, as well because we see India as a massive market and a massive growth opportunity for us, and hopefully for you as well. Tomorrow, I have to tell this as my friend and long colleague Gerd Oswald is here. We will inaugurate a building in our labs in Bangalore and give it a name. Will be Gerd Oswald Innovation Space, just to have, let's say, as well, in the digital world, a physical asset, thinking of how SAP started in India, how that growth in India has grown over the last couple of years, and how we are committed to that market in that country. I highly encourage you now to participate in a dialogue, in an opinion, and with that, I want to just thank you for having the opportunity to talk to you. I will hand over back in case there are questions, but love to hear as well in coffee breaks in case there are no ad-hoc questions available. Thank you.
So thank you, Bernd. We can take a quick question if there is any pointed question out here. No observations, just questions. Just one question. Okay, Bernd, I have a question for you. Given the kind of digital platforms that we are talking about, many of the CIOs and system integrators basically talk about that one of the major concerns is interoperability of devices and security.
Yes.
How big a concern is this, and how do you address it?
First of all, it is a concern, but it's more a concern which we inherited from the past, where we had proprietary software, where we had proprietary APIs, and plug and play didn't work. And that's why I said in a time where everybody embraces an API economy, where we have standards how to connect a variety of systems, we will overcome that. And the power of the crowd will be so massive that everybody will participate. So the strategy of staying proprietary will not work in future. So I'm convinced that this is a dilemma of the past, which we will have overcome latest by 2020.
So thank you, Bernd, and please give him a big hand.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Please. Our next keynote speaker is Noshir Kaka. He's the director, senior partner at McKinsey & Company. Noshir joined McKinsey in 1994. Soon after, the firm opened its offices in India. And since then, he has been helping McKinsey into building McKinsey into India's preeminent consulting firm. He has worked in South Asia, the UK, and the US. Noshir insists that he is passionate about developing tomorrow's leaders. And he was actively involved in the creation of ISB, a joint initiative between McKinsey, the Kellogg School of Management, London Business School, and the Wharton School. He's also on the management committee of the Jamnalal Bajaj, which is a leading school, a business school in Mumbai. And Noshir Kaka is one of the ones, because I've heard him on many occasions. So he's one person who marries business and technology and has got a very good understanding of that. So please give him a big hand.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Mint and SAP, for inviting me. It's wonderful to be here and talking about a topic particularly that's close to my heart. Well, it's afternoon, so we must start with a set of questions. And I see many favorite faces in the room who probably know some of these questions. So if you heard me ask this question before, please don't answer it. Technology investments, as most people know, have been skyrocketing in the last few years in particular, but probably over the last 15, 20 years as well. Can anyone guess, if you looked at the share of technology spending of all capital deployed in the US, of one country which is a little bit advanced, what is the share of technology as a percentage of every single capital dollar spent in the US? So every single capital dollar spent, whether it's on a train, a bridge, a road, or whatever it is, what is technology share? Anyone? Sorry? Less than 10%. Okay, anyone else? 1%. Well done, sir. You need to go in the other way. 20%. 30%? 35%? Are you a CFO? No? Was? Very close. Technology share has been almost a vertical axis, rising to about 38% of every single dollar spent in the US, up from 18% 2 decades ago. That is the impact in numbers on the balance sheet of most companies, right? And so if you're a CEO, CXO, CFO in particular, and you haven't figured out how to calculate return on technology invested, or ROTI, it's going to be the single largest portion of your balance sheet if it isn't already. And what's the concern? Anyone done a return on investment calculation on digital technologies? Well, we asked a few people. We asked over 2,000 people, what did they think was their return, because we couldn't measure it, on digital? And about 49% said, we don't know really, but our sense is that digital, the investments we're making in digital is generally not returning us any return. 49% said it was less than our cost of capital. By the way, Bernd, these are all the non-SAP users, right? SAP was phenomenal. It's all the blue bars underneath. That's incredible, right? If you think about it, we're spending money like crazy. It's the single largest portion of our balance sheet. And 49% of CEOs, CXOs asked about this, saying it's actually negative, right? Now, what's equally frightening, if not more, is that it's taking over the revenue line as well. Now, I think, Leslie, you made a point that media up front is actually at the top end of what's being attacked by the so-called digital attackers, right? And this is a 7-year average. It masks the size because it's a 7-year average. It should actually, if it's last year, it would be much, much more. But media is, of course, at the top of that stack of being disrupted. What this is saying is, what is the percentage revenue market share that's being taken by the so-called digital attackers? And we all know media, telecom, high-tech has been disruptive massively. But if I take a rather more subdued and regulated industry like banking and financial services, where 14% of the share over the last 7 years has been taken by the digital attackers like PayPal, like Alipay, and so on, you notice a very interesting phenomena. If I look at the last year, 2014 to 2015, all banks in the world, retail, corporate, wealth, private, everything included, on the revenue line, lost $120 billion. So the top line of all banks in the world shrunk in 1 year by approximately $120 billion, give or take. Every single one of the traditional top 20 players, collectively, of course, in between there would have been people who grew, and everyone else lost that share. And the folks who made it up were the digital attackers. And if I total those 6 digital attackers today, collectively in revenue, they would be the 18th largest bank in the world, one more than a small bank called RBS. So that is the force that is hitting business after business, whether you're in the top end of that spectrum or the bottom end of the spectrum. I'm spending like crazy. It's becoming the single largest part of my balance sheet. I can't find out if I'm making the return on my investment, and at the same time, my market share is being eaten away by these attackers. I think the Chancellor said it well. It's not whether you'll change, it's how fast you will change, and that implies whether you will be changed. Now, what about India in all of this? Any guesses? How are we doing? It's the single largest opportunity facing this country as a whole. Now I'm moving from company to country. In India, the potential to leverage technology across the board is the single greatest opportunity for this working generation. To put it simply, what we have covered for many years, what I represented for many years, the IT sector in India, the so-called application of technology to India's economy, whether it's healthcare, education, steel, automotive, government, that is 3 to 6 times the contribution that's been made by the IT and ITES sectors put together in the last 20 years. Anyone from manufacturing here? Wonderful. If we get this right, the opportunity is to replicate the size of manufacturing in India's GDP, which is roughly about 17 to 18%. 20 to 30% of India's incremental GDP will be enabled by technology in the next 10 to 15 years. 20 to 30%. That is a staggering number. Where does this come from? Many, many sectors, virtually everyone, and the only thing you can say about these numbers is they're guaranteed to be wrong, because no one can make this prediction, but we've tried. Financial services very clearly at the front end of that. We're seeing it every single day in how we pay and how we change how we pay. Education and skilling, massive opportunity. Actually, at the forefront of much of the innovation that's happening in the world today is in adult learning using digital technologies. Healthcare, I think, Leslie, you talked about it using an international example. If some of you see what companies in India like Narayan Hridayalaya are doing, where essentially they are taking technology and empowering the nursing or the clinical profession to ensure that they can take a nurse who typically takes 7 years to get to an ICU-capable nurse, a trained nurse, and do that in 2 years, right? With better outcomes and better efficiency. Agriculture and food, huge innovations. If only we could follow what Israel has done many, many generations ago and employ that for our own. Today, we can predict with a reasonable degree of accuracy in any country of the world, within 6 weeks of planting a crop, we can predict the yield. Imagine what that can do for crop insurance, banking, farmers, loans, anything. Within 6 weeks, why? Because from soil, moisture, humidity, and just looking at those patterns in the first 6 weeks of planting most of these crops, we can actually tell what is roughly the yield going to be 4, 5, 6 months later. The power of data is enormous. And infrastructure, we all know. Energy, we know. Why is this not happening? Or why is this not happening with the speed at which we need to? Any guesses? Mindset. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Whose mindset? The decision makers' mindsets. Absolutely. What else? Awareness. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. Fear. Very good question. Fear of what? Loss of jobs. We'll come back to that. One of the greatest opportunities for this country could also be one of its biggest curses. Infrastructure. Yes, capital? True. But actually, if you look at what's happening on capital and dollars, why is that physical capital getting substituted for technology capital? It's because it tends to be more productive. But you're right. We are a capital starved, and particularly when it comes to infrastructure, we possibly don't have that. Anyone else? Lack of skills in people. Actually, that possibly you could argue India is blessed with. Lack of will. I think you're right about a lot of those things. I'll come back to some of these. But the first thing is, somebody said awareness. The first thing as companies, we don't know, or as individuals, frankly, or the government, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know the sources of value. The last 100 days, I've taken over a new role. I used to be the head of McKinsey in India. Now I'm heading analytics for the firm globally. My last 100 days have been the most humbling experience of my professional career. I just figured out how little I knew about what is going on with technology and data. And I've been in technology and data, as most of you know, for the better part of my life. Right? The sources of value, what we can do with these new opportunities is incredible. We're being able to solve problems in manufacturing that were 15 and 20 years old that nobody could solve. We're able to design products that historically no one thought we could design. We're able to fix things before they actually break. We're able to predict outcomes on crops before they actually are grown. How many people here still do monthly forecasts of any type? Okay, you're not raising your hands, but we know most of us still do. We still do. Just think about it. Next time you see a monthly forecast by sales, production, marketing, planning, finance, cash flows, anything, you're committing malpractice. You're committing malpractice. Why? Because anything that is done on a repeatable basis in the monthly forecast, as an example, can be done better by machines and data, or at least with machines and data, right? So first thing is your source of value. Figure that out. Understand what is your greatest source of value from applying this new data technology systems. Of course, you've got to get your technology systems infrastructure right. Of course, you've got to get the data right. It has to sit within your systems or outside your systems. But the biggest piece is that last piece on capability building. It's often the hardest. Someone called it the mindset. Someone called it, we don't know what we don't know, and we are the decision makers. So if we are the decision makers and we're not asking the right questions of our people or with our people, how do you expect them to get it right? So I'll end with what I said before. The last 100 days have been the most humbling of my professional career. Why? Because I have actually gone back to school. I've actually gone back to school in the sense of trying to learn myself. What is it that these technologies can do? How do you actually make it happen? What do you need to do? How do I retrain myself? Because many of my instincts were wrong. In McKinsey, I used to always look at some things and say, okay, what's my next month going to look like? How do I staff my teams better? And I'm beginning to realize that those are all not the questions I should be asking anymore. And so I leave you with this one question. Of the 5 most important decisions that you make every month, which should you actually be making? Of the 5 most important decisions you make every month, which decisions should you actually be making? And which decisions should be enabled or done through new technologies and data? If you don't ask yourself this question almost constantly, you, unfortunately, may be changed. Thank you very much.
Anoshi, you can be on stage. So I'm sure that the crowd is itching to ask you questions, and I will be allowing you. But I think the first question that I'll take on behalf of the crowd is something that we had discussed earlier also, the impact of jobs. Now, I think going by your own report, you have said that a broad estimate suggests that 19 million to 29 million workers, which is 5 to 8% of India's non-farm labor force in 2025, could potentially be negatively affected by technology and would need new employment opportunities and skills training. Now, this is not only the agri sector. Across all the kind of opportunities that you showed out there, the kind of sectors that are being affected, whether it's media, high-tech, telecom, BFSI, etc., we are seeing the kind of bloodbath that is taking place in some of these sectors. Jobs are being lost to automation. At the same time, there are some opportunity and reskilling. Is enough being done, and what kind of jobs? I mean, pointless asking what kind of jobs are being at stake, because there are a lot of jobs at stake. So give us a perspective on that.
All right. Leslie, firstly, those numbers are out of date and wrong because they were done 2 years ago. So the latest statistic, unfortunately, gets even more grim. So the McKinsey Global Institute has just done research. It's out in the public eye for everyone to see. When you deconstruct a job into tasks, so each of us does hundreds of tasks, and not a single job, 45% of all the known tasks in the world today can be automated with today's technology, with today's regulation, and with today's capabilities. 45% of all tasks that constitute a job, right? Having said that, it's not all doom and gloom, right? Because we look across India and say, oh my God, what are we going to do? The first thing is you've got to recognize is while that's happening, the population is also shrinking by and large. In most working populations around the world, you're seeing a shrinkage in the workforce, which means GDP by definition will actually go down if it wasn't for massive increases in productivity. So one thing is remember is that there are balancing forces. The second balancing force is things are becoming a lot cheaper. Anyone's rented a car recently? Anyone's bought a car recently? Right? Will know that actually you always in the back of your mind say, hey, why not Uber? Why not Ola? Right? Isn't that a better option than actually buying a car these days, or at least a second car these days? And so what you find is that demand may actually go up, right? So there are these two counteracting forces, which is one is absolutely work as we traditionally know it is being shrunk at a pace that we have never seen it before in mankind's history. But at the same time, we're seeing new jobs, new opportunities, and new demand coming up. And I, at least for one, am hopeful that the GDP of the world will continue to grow, and therefore we'll continue to find new jobs that we never did before, right? Except there's one difference. As one person from one of these e-commerce firms morbidly told me, we grew up in a world where humans would plan and machines would do. That was 100 years post the Industrial Revolution. We're entering a world where machines are planning and humans may be doing.
I think that's a lovely way of putting it. Yes, he deserves an applause for that. Let's take a couple of questions from, yeah, please, I can see that. Can you give one second? I think you'll need a mic. Do we have a mic here, please? Okay, yeah, please.
Carrying forward from what Dr. Bijeti said, one of the impacts is jobs, the other is GDP will grow, but it will drive higher inequality in the world, starting with the developed countries. Now, how do we address that in a country like India, which is going to be very sensitive to inequality?
Yeah. So I'll repeat the question. So essentially, as GDP continues to grow, hopefully, we see more and more inequality in the world, right? And therefore, this so-called top 1% phenomena grabbing more and more of the wealth of the world, what's actually going to happen with that? And the honest answer is, I don't think anybody actually knows. And I think if you ask people to guess, what they will say is you are actually going to see more and more measures, whether it is a uniform payment, they call it helicopter drops of money, et cetera, et cetera. I think you're going to see more and more of that, because there's no question that one of the shocking statistics that most people will know out of the US election that came out was that if you look at the last 20 years, 83% of the households in income, 83% of the households in the US either had the same or lower levels of income than they had 20 years ago, right? And so effectively, my sense of that is you're going to see some form of universal basic income showing up in multiple developed countries. The big question is, what do we do in India? Yes.
What would be the three immediate steps that a manufacturing organization should take?
The three immediate steps that a manufacturing organization take. You mean after getting SAP? Look, can I just say maybe the first one is send the senior management back to school, right? And I mean that with all sincerity. We are sending our senior leaders back to school. Okay, in this June and July, we will have the largest collection of McKinsey partners ever gathered to be sent back to school. We're calling it actually university, to relearn about analytics and digital. So number one, train yourself. If you haven't done that, you can't ask these questions. You can't even answer this when your people are looking at you for an answer. The second is, as I said, figure out the sources of value. Really focus hard on what is the source of value for your entity. It is not the same in India as it is anywhere else in the world, not because we are different, but because our cost drivers are fundamentally different. Labor and capital in their ratios in India, somebody said it here, we are capital constrained. We are not labor constrained, and our price points for labor are very different. So actually, asset optimization, material optimization is far more valuable for Indian companies than workforce optimization is. So figure out what your sources of value is, and finally, build that team that you can actually get to scaling some of this with data and with technology. Stop making decisions that you don't need to make or you shouldn't make because they're wrong.
Excuse me. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sambashivan here. Thank you for the nice, great speech. It was quite interesting. I'm from Tata Sky. So I have this thought on how we manage people say 5 years down the line. You talked about sending back to school and training the people. So we have a set of people, for example, we have, for me, finance is about 80, 85 people organization. So the last 5 years, we have not added anybody. And my fear is that in the next 5 years, I may have to reduce it to half of what it is today. So that's the position we are in, because there is a lot of automation which is happening. So one is upskilling. So we are also looking at outsourcing. So I want your perspective on RPA, that is the robotic process automation, and how it can further help. In fact, we are using SAP, by the way. How it can further help in terms of people management. So that's something which we are still dabbling with, and we don't know how to go about. So how do we manage that RPA?
How many people have tried RPA or some form of process automation in your shared services centers? About 3 or 4. So what has been your impact? So 30% reduction in people, 40% increase in outcomes. We're seeing that as pretty common. Yeah. In fact, sometimes even we've tried it in our own centers, we're seeing 70% sometimes in certain standardized processes end to end. So number one, yes, you can definitely see a dramatic improvement, not just in the cost of a process, but in the outcomes related to the process. So the 40 to 50% improvement in outcomes is actually more dramatic that we are seeing across the board. And as a result, you are seeing challenges, therefore, for some of the IT and services companies in India, where you're not seeing the kind of job growth that you historically expected from them, despite the revenue growth still continuing. So I would say, for those of you who have not been on the journey, in your shared services centers particularly, look at this. It's actually it's not that expensive. It's getting to be easier to do, and it's certainly dramatic in terms of impact.
We can take a couple of more questions. Here, please.
Just would like to know your view that nowadays, don't you think that the organization is really on the edge of the two contradictory verticals? Like one is having a Gen X in the organization who are actually bringing work to their homes. And in contradiction, the Gen Y who are actually bringing WhatsApp and Facebook to the workplace. So what don't you think is like, rather than saying a digital transformation, it can be called a digital disruption and a future nearby?
Yeah. So you can say transformation, disruption. You can add all these kind of big consulting words behind it. Let me just say it's a big deal. I'd say 2 things that are happening. In response to that automation and that workforce, we are seeing the so-called at-home workforce or out-of-office workforce explode, right? So actually what you're going to see is the effect, the third effect, which I didn't speak to, which is part-time work is exploding. And so you are going to see more and more companies having employees that they don't actually full-time contract, or they actually don't even they may even full-time work with, but they don't come into a so-called office, right? And at the same time, you have this green screen, blue color screen phenomena, which I think Frank of Cognizant coined many years ago, which is at home on Sunday evening, you see Netflix or whatever it is, a wonderful screen, a wonderful customer experience, and then you come into the legacy mainframe on Monday morning in the office, right? And you say, what is this? So there is a huge clash that is happening. I think what you've had the benefit of SAP and others are actually moving quite fast to actually upgrade the technology and what you actually do with your workforce, and more importantly, what you can do with your data and insight and decisions. But I think you're going to see those challenges continue for some period of time. And quite honestly, the kind of companies that are able to blend in that disruptive workforce and make that faster and faster, they're gaining pretty dramatically, as I showed you in some of those pages. WhatsApp still had, 19 employees or something, right?
So Noshid, when we are talking about these kind of buzzwords, you said, okay, the consultancy terms and other kind of buzzwords, we are hearing a lot. So earlier we used to hear the whole world called SMAC, the whole social mobility analytics cloud. Then we added IoT onto that. Then we added the whole AI technology suite, whether it's machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, so on and so forth. Now you have so many business leaders out here in the room. If you were to say, okay, how do you transform these business leaders into digital leaders? Are there some 2 or 3 steps that you could outline immediately?
Yeah. So firstly, forget about all the jargon, all right? Please just forget about it. I was talking to somebody at lunch, in fact, just a few floors above, and he said, when I was talking about deep learning and something like that, he said, hey, no, you know what? Frankly, we did this 19 years ago when I was in Unilever, and we just didn't call it that. We called it something else, right? And so much of this, if you get down to where is the value, is the simple application of common sense with industrial platforms. It's a simple application of common sense with industrial platforms, right? What do I mean by that? You actually have the greatest advantage as a business person to know where the money is. You have the greatest advantage as a business person to know where the money is. You sense what is that problem, right? For example, India has a huge problem in its workforce. Can anyone who's done a solution on their workforce come up with what has been the single greatest saving on the workforce related? Employee engagement is a big impact, but one of the direct profit improvement opportunities have been this phenomena called ghost workers. Anyone familiar with that term? The workers who are on your payroll who are actually not on your who actually don't exist. That's not a typical phenomena for many countries around the world, right? And that actually, if you look at some of the most digitally advanced companies working in India, some of the e-retailers, they will tell you when they put a workforce solution which they hand created in India, actually it saved them 15% of their workforce, because those were contract employees that just were not actually there, right? And so the solutions start from a business problem. And that's what you're very good at, which is find the business problem that is the most valuable thing to solve. Data, technology, and platforms comes after that. And you will always have teams around you that will help you to do that, but educate yourself about that, because you need to know the basics of it. Many of us did computer programming when we were kids and forgot it about that then. Go back to those books, relearn it a little bit. And last, don't outsource, if I might say that. Don't outsource in scale. There are always things to outsource and things that you're not good at to do that very well. But particularly, for example, your data is your data, right? Do not outsource decision making to somebody else. That's very, very disastrous over time. Keep your data, make sure you learn the capabilities, build your academy if you have to send your people back. Do it yourself. You need to do that because that is actually what decision making is going to be in the future.
So thank you very much, Noshir. Please give him a big
Thank you, sir.
As they say, there's nothing more practical than a good theory. So we have had two speakers, our keynote speakers, who have given us a lot of practical theory in that sense. And now we're going to get out to how people in the field apply these in their everyday lives. And for this, we'll have a first panel now. So I think we need to get the chairs out here. And I'd like to call my colleague Sanjay Gupta on stage to conduct the CFO panel. Sanjay, please. CHRO panel, please.
Hello. Thank you, Leslie. So while they are setting up the chairs, let me just say a little about the topic for the panel. It's the CHRO panel, Building a Digitally Responsive Workforce. So as we all know, digital is something which now cuts across all the functions of an organization. It's no longer just a buzzword or something which is tagged on to something. It's throughout the enterprise. The digital culture also has to seep in the entire organization. And HR function, like other key functions in an organization, are also gearing up to be digitally aligned with the overall vision of their companies. So with that background in mind, I would like to invite the distinguished panelists today. Ms. Mahalakshmi R., Head HR, Mondelez India, formerly Cadbury. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Ms. Rajkamal Vempati, Head of HR, Axis Bank. Ms. Vishali Dongri, Partner and Head People and Change Services, KPMG India. So we have a good diversity here on the panel. Mr. Ashutosh Telang, CHRO Marico Limited. And Mr. Stephen Amling, Senior VP, SAP SuccessFactors Asia. Please welcome them in a round of applause. Thank you. Please come. If you don't mind, you can just, because it will be easy for me. So thank you and welcome to the panel. Thank you for joining me here today. So HR, of course, ultimately it's the people who drive the organization, who put in place the IT or systems or anything that can have value. So let me begin with asking you, in terms of what is the digital, and HR alignment in your organization. So let me start with Ashutosh in terms of, how is the HR and digital alignment?
What alignment? Thanks, Sanjay. Now the question I understand is what is the alignment, and in fact, I have the person who's in charge of digital in the audience here, so I have to be careful in terms of what I say in terms of the alignment. So the way we see it, and especially in terms of the entire piece of the people dimension of digital, we are clearly seeing three themes or three elements which are coming up very strongly. The first theme, I think, which most got covered also by the keynote speakers, was this entire area of digital, artificial intelligence, robotics, augmented reality, all that is there. And that actually has created a kind of a different environment that we are seeing. And in fact, what Naushir also spoke that, the Sunday Netflix, and when you come into the organization on a Monday, your expectation is you need to see the same kind of technology. So that's come in very strongly. It is giving us a lot of opportunities in terms of the kind of work we can do to enhance productivity, and as well as better decision making. The second piece which is coming out is, which again one of the questions in the earlier session happened, was people part. And we are seeing that the workforce is changing completely. And the kind of expectations that we are seeing in terms of people, the kind of attention spans, the kind of work they want to do, the kind of variety they want, and the pace of the variety they want is also very different. And the kind of models they want to be engaged with. I think one part of it is not only part-time, but just come for some projects and just go away and do some other things. So that's the second element. And the third piece we are seeing is that while technology is coming up and there is a huge emphasis on designing, redesigning processes, I think the human touch is actually becoming much more a need than what it was in the past, and which is kind of paradoxical, because on one hand we are talking about process, we are talking about technology, but at the same time the people piece, that's putting a lot of emphasis on the HR function to look at it. Now, if I look at these three things, we see a fairly good alignment. And in fact, someone who has seen an era where you started work with typewriters to moving to ERP to moving on to different kind of a digital world, I can clearly see that there is alignment, and the opportunities to create value are much more. And probably as we go ahead with the conversation, we can talk more about it.
Right. So let me ask Mahalakshmi if you would like to add to something, or how is it happening within your organization, which is from an FMCG, again, same sector, but different perspective.
Sure. So I think, to my mind, Sajay, I think I see this whole bit on technology and digital as pretty much like we experienced fire. So Stone Age, the first time we saw fire could destroy. And fire could, enable us cook and give us warmth, etc., etc. Technology in that sense and this whole digital thing is a fantabulous opportunity if you know how to leverage, And I think as a professional myself, I feel that it is really creating, a situation wherein we are stepping back to fundamentally work with the business to rethink what is work, who are employees, and what does it mean for each and every process at each and every point of engagement, So gone are the days wherein, anyone's identity stemmed from where they worked. It's more about what do I get to do, what are the experiences, that I'm gleaning. And therefore, fundamentally, and if I talk to both FMCG, telecoms, and consulting, which are predominantly the industries that I've worked in, I would really say that fundamentally, who are the employees is getting redefined because people work from anywhere today. People are they're chasing their purpose.
Right.
And they're very keen to kind of do a little bit of that, a little bit of this and experiment. So experimentation is going up and who is our workforce is getting redefined. Secondly, the entire life cycle of a quote-unquote employee is getting redefined, and therefore how we acquire talent, how we attract talent in, how we think learning, how we think careers, how we think pay. I think there are fundamental shifts that we've embraced, and I think it's a fabulous time to be in right now because you're in the midst of enabling so much of fun, in the midst of all this.
So I'll come back to you on some of the examples that you want to talk about. So let me move to Raj in terms of, the banking sector. How do you feel? Do you have a different viewpoint or, do you echo the same sentiments?
I will echo the same views in terms of the opportunity. Yes, the opportunity, especially being in banking where you're the confluence of data, tremendous changes happening in the system where the move is towards going cashless, as well as the opportunity in digital, as in to mine the tremendous opportunity of India is there. So from an industry standpoint, we're really poised at an interesting time. I think from an organization standpoint, what I would like to add to the points that have been made are twofolds. One is what has digital done? Essentially is got the skill of being customer oriented to the fore, brought that skill to the fore, which is required for each and every one, both in our external processes as well as internal stakeholder processes. And the second thing is from an organization standpoint, there is a lot of skilling requirement. As much as the definition of employee is changing, the definition of career is changing, the skills are also in that sense becoming, are getting disrupted every day. So from an organization standpoint, we have two tracks pretty much that most of us are straddling on. One is trying to preserve and strengthen the core that you are working on, and while embracing the new. And that's the disruption that I think as an HR practitioner is the most interesting aspect of this dynamic as well. So both trying to embed the customer orientation, even in our internal HR processes or employee lifecycle processes, I think is interesting. But what, if I were to argue out, and I will put the contra view is, HR, for instance, hasn't been as progressive in its
it's quite candid, I must say, to admit that.
It's more fragmented, and we make every employee who come in to the workforce a little bit more digital deficient when they interact with HR processes, right? You're talking about Netflix and all of that, and here most of us in our onboarding processes would have tons of paperwork to fill up, or various forms to fill up in various, during various life cycle stages, So that is something for us to figure out. And analytics as well is something that people analytics, most of us, when I was looking at the data and the data that was talked about by Noshir, 30 to 40% of the data perhaps is residing with us, and the rest of it is so fragmented, even in terms of people analytics. So when you're talking about digital, it's not just about merely automation. It's also about what you couldn't do and having the comprehensive view and comprehensive picture. So
I think that very well made points in terms of being customer centricity coming into the picture because of digital and enabling the workforce. So let me get some consultant viewpoint from Vishali in terms of what do you typically advise companies, or what do you work internally, either internally or advise in terms of how do you get digital agenda ahead as far as HR is concerned?
Thanks, Sanjay. I'll make 3 quick points. One, from my organization perspective, I think KPMG provides services for digital labs and digital innovation, and they're quite forward-looking in robotic and cognitive automation. So it's a service line. So it's quite a mature practice within the organization. From the HR point of view, the entire life cycle of an employee is completely digital. because you said I'm a consultant, and therefore I've been in consulting for last 16 years now. And I've seen the work which we do is completely changing. What it means is the client needs are completely changing. So when we used to do a little bit of manual work, it transformed into some bit of dashboards. Then it transformed into predictive and prescriptive modeling. And now today, as we speak, we are doing change management for an organization because they are doing robotic and cognitive implementation in some part of the organization. So it is here to stay. I do have a different viewpoint because I feel India is very different, and I'll wait for you to probably
I'll come
touch
back
on
to you
that.
on that. Right.
So I think employee landscape and digital world needs to be looked at together. You can't look at in isolation. So I'll pause myself on that.
So,
Consultant loves to talk.
Thanks. So he has got his own mic. So Stephen, from a, again, you can take your internal organization view or your solution provider view because you wear two hats again. So how do you see this, digital and HR, kind of coming together and being able to deliver the value that, business leaders today seek?
First of all, for SAP internally, it means that we need to align, and that was the initial question, that we need to align both our people and our HR strategy with our organizational and company strategy. And the company strategy, very simply, for SAP means to become a cloud company. For you, it might sound very similar. We are still developing software. Yes, that is correct. But cloud software, how it is being developed, how it's being sold, how it's being delivered to you, our customers, is completely and fundamentally different from the on-premise world. It requires a new capability in the workforce. How we develop software, we now need to provide releases every quarter. We now operate software, and we are a service partner. We are not only a product provider anymore, we are a service partner. And this was the driver for our own HR transformation, which I had the pleasure to lead in SAP, to align our people-related capabilities as an organization to that overall company strategy. What we see when working with customers, and now I moved on to the SuccessFactors organization, a couple of things are happening. Everything is centered around the employee, as we heard several times now. We basically see a reflection of what's happening on the customer side, where we become customer-centric, HR, and all related processes become people-centric. Secondly, things become much more simple. Otherwise, we could not deliver releases on a quarterly basis. We need to operate in a much, much simpler and quicker way. Number three, I think it has not been mentioned so far, contingent workers play a major, major role. And at the moment we are discussing with customers and internally that HR needs to take the responsibility also for contingent workers. I go one step further and say, and that might be a bit provoking for some of you, in the future HR will take care of the robotics and of the robots because they become the third workforce on our, so to say, payroll.
Right. So again, interesting. So let me come back to Mahalakshmi for some examples or some experiences from her organization in terms of that career or role definition that you wanted to talk about.
Sure. So I must start with the submission that we are very far away from the robotics world. So I don't think we are that evolved. But here are some very simple things that we've begun to do. I think there's a very strong acknowledgement and understanding that for us to be relevant, I think the conversations are about how do we stay relevant to a workforce that is making a choice whether to work with us, go entrepreneur, do part-time work, etc., etc. So the conversations are not about the employee, the conversations are with the employee, The conversations are really about saying, what do you want to do? What's your purpose? This is my purpose, and let's look for the points of alignment, So maybe, and let me take one example, which is in the realm of careers and learning. So development and careers, maybe, So I think we've done away from the, once upon a time, long, long ago when I started working, there used to be individual development plans. There used to be career paths drawn on, big, OHP slides, and we could know exactly how do careers progress. At Mondelez today, we have really talked about what are the career experiences needed for critical target roles, and people have choices on what routes to take towards that destination. And technology today enables us sitting anywhere in the world to say, okay, if I'm looking for a digital marketeer, anywhere in the global Mondelez world, where is that skill sitting, And what is therefore the talent bench I have for critical roles today? Secondly, individuals are part of conversations, and these conversations are virtual. So there are coffee conversations with experts and leaders sitting in our geographies around the world, around how did they grow, and what does it take to be, say, a HSE lead in, a high-end plant. So essentially, learning is now for us part of, the standard 70-20-10, which is a jargon, but essentially it's about saying how do we make it more experiential, make it as an offering and a suite of things that are available to an individual, and largely invest our time not in really conducting sessions, but really helping the individual make well-informed choices on which learning is relevant for them to trace a certain development plan, So if I want to be that role, these are the kind of experiences I need to pick up, and these are the kind of experiences that others got, and that's really how we've used technology for
that's
careers
very,
and learning.
very interesting, that's like the ideal situation, okay, I want this role, or, you're talking of career experience, and, so how do you actually map the role and the skills available within the organization using the tools, and do you have do you feel that you have enough digital tools to enable you to do that, or are you kind of challenged somewhere?
So, to be very honest, I don't think we are challenged with technology. We are challenged with how we use it. And I think the minute we start looking at technology saying, oh my God, technology, I think that's where the problem starts. The minute we see technology as saying, how do I embrace it and make it fun? And how do I really start off by just getting everyone to put in their experiences and just validating it? Instead of, that control mindset of saying, I'm going to centrally define and push that in. What I may be pushing, that person may just not be interested in.
So there's empowerment all along.
I think technology has fundamentally driven empowerment, and I think it has, I would say, unlocked the time of HR from being a data controller, from being the processor and provider of info, to saying, look, information is available. I mean, honestly, if I didn't give the information, it's available on LinkedIn, it's available on social media. I mean, if anyone wants to find out anything, there are 200 ways today of finding out information. So information is a given. How do I really add value? I think that's really the question mark. And how do I really make conversations, and how do I enable conversations? And therefore, how do I learn from peers around other industries? Right. How do I learn from markets around the world on how are they really leveraging this fire, as I call it, to really juice out its potential, And you're right. I mean, it's an ideal world to say destination role experiences. But I think what we're enabling is, first of all, an awareness that, okay, if I pick this kind of a career, if I choose to kind of, for example, go from marketing equity to marketing innovation, I don't take up a career in sales, then I'm preparing myself for a career in marketing.
And you're able to capture it as a process and as an ongoing,
And I think more important than capture, Sanjay, it's also about enabling and understanding in the colleague to say, if I don't get this exposure, what does it mean? And therefore, what are the 20 ways of reaching the same destination? Making those available and capturing that more visually, for them to be able to simply understand it.
Well said. So, Ashutosh, we were talking about Marico, and you have a very close alignment of, the roles and even personal and, work roles. So, how do you see digital in this picture? Does it kind of enable it, or how do you find some, again, how do you go about?
So, I think it really enables it. See, we were one of the few organizations, I think it is now 4.5 years back, is where we actually created a vertical which was business process transformation and information technology. So we were the ones who could see that there is an opportunity where both of them can be housed together to re-engineer certain processes. And that gave us an amazing business advantage. And so there is already a business case for it. The second part is that being in FMCG in beauty and wellness, it is very important for us to be digital savvy in terms of a consumer, because we have to win with the consumer. And the consumer has a lot of clutter to see and choose from, be it in terms of an advertising article or anything of that sort, media, to actually using the product. And that aspect also plays back into the organization because you also want your employees to be so agile to respond to it.
Right.
Now, if I look at the alignment and if I have to get the business to win, as HR, what I need to do is I need to look at two aspects. One is the digital leadership and second is the digital culture. Now, digital leadership typically would be is, are my leaders able to bring in focus for their teams, bring in productivity, add value by using digital? And the digital culture piece is, am I creating habits which are like Mahalakshmi was saying, are not threatening, you know, oh wow, digital, I want to use it versus digital or dar gaya. So how do I bring the digital culture? So for us, given our challenges in terms of our resources, we have tried to do it in a very smart way. Our entire hiring itself starts with, we use an agency called Talview. So you are allowed to do video interviews at the convenience of the candidate. So that has saved us time, that has saved us cost, it has increased the quality of decision making. And the candidates also have started understanding, okay, if I'm going to work with an organization, actually this is a digital consumer products organization.
Right.
For our campus, so if we look at our management trainees, and Mahalakshmi also and others also would know here, that when you go to campuses, especially the management campuses in India, you go and do a PPT. Last year we cracked it thanks to Facebook. We were the first to launch chatbot. So each person actually, in a very non-threatening way, could ask questions which typically in a PPT, some students are embarrassed to ask. They were asking those questions. So we bought in that.
Right.
What we also realized is that the experience that they see vis-a-vis what a consumer, we need to give them internally. So we have created our own in-house apps. We have used various platforms to bring in. The other thing was to understand and recognize that age is going to play a factor here. The older people, now if you're talking about the culture aspect and the leadership aspect, the older people are kind of feeling the youngers know it, and because I don't know it, there's a deficiency. So we use reverse mentoring.
I think that's where HR's role in terms of
so we use reverse mentoring and we started at the top. So we have a reverse mentoring program called Bottoms Up. The managers with 1 or 2 years experience are actually coaching the CXOs.
Right.
And we have used younger managers. In fact, one last point, and which is something which we really felt worked for us, is we created an IT or a digital think tank, which was actually youngsters, cross-discipline, who actually examined Marico and said, these are the areas or these are the ideas we need to implement to go digital. And that has really helped. And that's the advantage that HR in all this played more of facilitator role and got this embedded.
So very interesting. I think this is something what Raj was earlier saying in terms of customer centricity, and you also spoke about, the customer are also in a way enforcing or making it possible for the company to embrace digital, because unless you're on the same par with your consumers in terms of how you use technology or how you actually use digital, so you won't get far. So do you have any further thoughts on that?
So one of the things is skill, and he talked about it. I think Ashu and others also mentioned, and I mentioned earlier. I think one critical aspect of ensuring the digital transformation or digital integration is to ensure that people are on board with skills. One thing is clear, that the skills are going to get disrupted very, very fast. And there's obsolescence that's happening, which is where the only thing that will remain relevant is people learning all the time. As much as growth is about experiences, growth is also about learning and people who learn continuously. Which is where I think there are two thoughts. One is the model of engagement from HR earlier was why join, why stay. It should be about why people should associate, because associations could be rent, borrow, share, various kinds of models of employment. And I would say instead of why stay, you should get employees to say why advocate. What it does is, when we've looked at pivoting that in our HR proposition as well, employees are as much as an equal partner as much as the organization. So it's rather than talking about HR, organization from a paternalistic standpoint, what can I get? Employees also need to be given equal opportunity and provide the platforms. From learning standpoint,
reskilling and all that.
Reskilling is extremely essential. And one thing that I think we should continuously harp about is digital is also about connections and collaboration, internally as well as externally. The world of saying I will do everything on my own is also dead, so you've got to create integrated collaborations in the ecosystem. So if you look at HR practitioners are curators of content, curators of learning available. So we've tied up with Coursera, and we were in fact the first in India and possibly at the forefront across the world to look at how can we partner from a MOOC standpoint, how do we kind of get people the access to learning across the globe. Recently, we've also tied up with various academic institutions to get people reskilled on both digital leadership, so in INSEAD we've tied up, we've had an academy there, and analytics, because digital and analytics, especially in the financial sector, are key skills that will remain at the forefront. What we are trying to do is ensuring that people are given the platforms. If they want to learn and say that I have had the opportunity and I want to reskill myself, please go ahead. And what we are seeing is the fact that, all these people who go through the academies and in a blended format, right, in an online mobile format, we spend more than 6 hours on this phone. And that's what we need to integrate even at work, in your daily life. We've seen that whosoever has gone through the academies has a greater chance of contributing and also transforming.
So you're able to constantly monitor, measure, and give the feedback.
And changes even from a customer's standpoint. So those are the changes that I think we need to look at.
Right.
But more importantly, I think increasingly HR or the organizations have to serve as platforms where both the employees and the organizations have an equal play.
Right. So let me steer the conversation in a slightly different direction with Vaishali. So, and it was mentioned in passing, in terms of automation and bots and how this entire technological wave is going to really reshape the way workforce is being looked at, or, it is being embraced. So, could you shed some light on that?
Yeah, just before I go into that part of the discussion, sure. I think I agree completely with Raj in terms of the reskilling of the people who are working with us. But I also want to add one more thing. I think the Indian education has to go under a lot of transformation to be prepared for the digital world. It's not just about within the workforce, but also the young workforce which is going to join us. They need to be looking at the future careers in a very different manner. So education needs to be prepared for that. What I think I wanted to add one more thing here is that while other countries, like if I have to name Japan, China, Italy, Germany, and even a few other countries, their workforce population is completely shrinking. And therefore bringing in robotic and cognitive automation, digitalizing the entire workforce makes a lot of sense. Because even recently, the LSC came up with a research where the return on investment on robotic technology is going to be almost 600 to 800%. But when we look at India, when we look at countries like India and Brazil, we are going to be 20% of the entire workforce. And bringing in digitalization in such a big way, we have to reflect whether we are creating a new problem for us. Because we need to also create those jobs for the youngsters who are going to join us.
I think that's a very big question today in front of all the leaders that,
Yeah, so I think that point, each and every, all of us, we need to look at things in a very forward-looking manner, but at the same time, we need to take into consideration the demographics of our country. Because I'm coming from this, I'm making this point more because I'm just doing an intervention where we are implementing robotic and cognitive automation, where the entire org structure, people responsibilities, KPIs are changing, but even the reduction of numbers is also going to happen massively. So we need to be also sensitive.
That's where the concerns are. So, yeah, you want to add or say something? Actually, in the interest of time and to involve the audience also in the panel, so let's throw the floor open for question. So maybe have some mics or, so anybody who wants to ask the question to the panel, please. Yeah, there's a question here. Can we have the mic? The mic needs to be reached physically, not digitally.
You mentioned courses in Coursera, MOOC, which were useful for old workhorses. Can you recommend one or two of these courses which are online?
All of them, actually. It's not about old workhorses. The point is, all of us, actually, we've got to move away from managed learning. In fact, in an Indian education system, one of the challenges is you have tuitions, assisted learning throughout your childhood. The shift that we need to make is learning on your own.
Self-paced.
Self-paced learning. And that, I think, is pivotal. So there are lots of design thinking courses, analytics courses, a lot of courses available. It depends on what you are interested in. But the interesting point is skill can be learned, knowledge can be learned at any point in time, and it's fairly useful, and in terms of spreading the learning ambassadors as well.
Build on that for 30 seconds. My invitation is, there is a lot available online, you know. So if you're familiar with Khan Academy, I mean, I have a 13-year-old son. I think he learns 10% of what he learns at school. I mean, otherwise, there's so much available if you just Google up, you know. Khan Academy has pretty much videos and very, very fun design. I mean, the content is such fun. You don't even feel like it's something which is forced upon you. So there's a ton of stuff out there, if the hunger is there.
So there was one gentleman there.
Hi. How do you think mentoring will change in this new world?
Anybody can? Is it addressed to a panelist?
Absolutely, anyone.
So anyone mentor?
So actually, the way we looked at mentoring maybe some time back was that to be a mentor means you needed to be a domain expert with a certain age and a certain experience. And what is changing is today a domain expertise no longer has an age dimension to it or an experience dimension to it. And I think mentoring will change because rather than someone saying you need a mentor, people themselves will start becoming much more aware that they need to skill up very fast or get knowledge very fast, and they will seek out people. Now today what digital is doing on mentoring is you actually don't need to have a mentor who is in your, in your circle. You can Google, like she's saying, you can link up with someone and ask that person whether you can guide me or help me. And because of the internet and the connections that are available, actually mentoring is now very open. You can actually seek out people, and there are people who actually form interest groups because they want to mentor people. So you can, the access is amazing, and there is no, there is no barriers of nationalities or anything there.
I think the point being made is the cognitive support that is sought from leaders or managers or mentors, that perhaps would diminish, but the emotional support, also experience support, right, in terms of how do I influence, how do I galvanize support, all those skills actually are getting amplified, and we are seeing it. When interns come, they no longer ask about, the cognitive aspect of the job. They are more interested in how do I form the network, who do I reach out to, how do I form this relationship. I think those get amplified, and that, I think, is something from a leadership development standpoint, something that we need to be cognizant of.
Yeah.
What is the future of bell curve in digital?
Bell curve.
That's a 1-hour discussion in itself.
So anyone wants to quickly?
Yeah. In the manufacturing sector, where our Prime Minister himself is quite a bit passionate about it, do you think it will be easier to implement this digital thing, or it will be slower paced than the service sector? Because the layers are more there, you know.
You would have opportunities there as well. And I think the point even with Vishali brought in was that if we are going to compete in the global space, okay, there are certain advantages digital gives you in manufacturing as well. Now, if you really look at it, and if you look at the type of cars that have come in, and the kind of sensors that have got built in, if the car needs to have the sensors of that nature, So you take any of the newer age cars, that means the assembly line also will need to have those features. The accuracy on which it has to go in has to be of that order. So those things will come in. I don't think it is no longer going to be a factor of any industry per se. It will get adopted.
Right.
And actually what we are seeing because of the digital world also is this classic functions that you are finance, you are HR, you are supply chain, you are manufacturing, actually those are diminishing and it are moving to capabilities. So even that will apply to industries as well.
So we have one last question. I think there's one gentleman who is trying to ask. Yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah.
See, the entire panel has always been mentioning that India is a completely different market when it comes to labor or things like that. So we don't have a typical 9 to 5 job over here. I represent an e-commerce company, so this specific question I have to for the entire panel. As we don't have a proper 9 to 5 job, sometimes we have to work weekends, we have to casual the people, we have to motivate them to work night and sometime into late into the nights, etc. And after 6 months, because of this digitalization or something of that sort, we have to ask that person to leave, forget an appraisal or things like that. And in the meantime, we are in constant communication with that employee. So in this such case, in this specific scenario, when we are in constant communication with that employee, how do we motivate him and ask him to move forward? And at the same time, the team that is remaining back, how do we motivate them and say that, okay, digital is not going to affect your jobs, you still have to continue working in a proper manner?
So, motivation in the Indian scenario with, sir, yeah, please.
I think the number one answer to that question is experience. And we heard that now, I think, through all the participants here on the panel. Employees today want to have a great experience. They're not taking care so much about formal structures. They want to have a great experience. They want to have a constant platform for learning, for development, because their number one concern is becoming irrelevant. They are not afraid of not having a job anymore. That's very, very important to understand. They are afraid of becoming irrelevant. And when do they become irrelevant? When their skills become irrelevant. And this is why that whole aspect of learning that has been talked about a lot here on stage is so important. And as long as you can provide them a great experience to grow and develop, they will stay with you.
Thank you. I think we are running behind time. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the panel. And let's give them a... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you once again, all the panelists and the audience. So we'll have a 10-15 minute networking break now and assemble after that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to please join us back in the next 15 minutes for the insightful CFO panel discussion. And please don't forget to join the conversation on Twitter, #DigitalistIndia.
Hello. Hello, can we please be seated? We'll be starting in a minute. Can we please be seated? Difficult getting people. Difficult getting people. You can sit either 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, can we have everybody inside the hall, please? Difficult, easy to get people out.
Yeah. Coffee keeps the people away.
So, hello. I guess there are a lot of people outside still. So, I guess we can start. And so, hope you people are enjoying the session so far. Can we have a show of hands? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, that's a good sign. So, now we come to the next session, which is the CFO session. And as we saw earlier, what digital transformation was doing to us, how digital disruption was taking place across sectors, and what exactly are the advances in analytics, big data, automation, mobility, cloud, and other kind of technologies? What kind of impact have they had on finance executives? How have they shaped the new role of the CFO? What is the CFO doing now in the light of these new technologies? So what kind of challenges they face, what kind of opportunities are there, and what does the future of the CFO look like? Now, these are not very easy questions. So because of this, we have some experts on the dais, and we have with us Bharat Mosaddi to my extreme right, who is the head of overall IT and finance for the Mahindra and Mahindra Group. We have seated next to him Kedar Upadhyay, who is the group CFO of Cipla, which is a pharmaceutical company. I have with me Weiland Schneider, who is basically, he handles the CFO functions of SAP. And to my left is Anand Bhagwati. He is a senior partner with Bain & Company. And Christian Ramel, who is the group CFO for Siemens India. So if you see that the panel out here, I'd like to start with Kedar out here. So Kedar, give us some examples basically of the changing role of the CFO in the light of digital transformation, especially in the manufacturing sector, in your case, the pharmaceutical sector.
Thank you, Leslie. So what we are increasingly seeing for a pharmaceutical company like Cipla, the value gets created in manufacturing, in R&D, and in field. So plants, labs, and field, these three locations become really important. And the scientists which are working in labs, the people who are working on the shop floor, and the field staff, which is working throughout the, let's say, Indian and international operations of Cipla, it becomes extremely critical for us to empower their roles, to simplify the whole operations, and to ensure that digital investments, help these people to add value to the company's agenda. So I think from a timing investment standpoint, I think what I'm realizing is, for me personally, for my organization personally, it's becoming extremely important to connect, to align, and to always see digital as a tool which can leverage all the capabilities. So Cipla, for example, has about 35 units across 6-7 locations. Organically, we are the largest company within India. And when we consume this tablet or capsule in the counter at the pharmacists, you can imagine it would have passed through multiple locations, multiple stages. It would have probably got transferred through a cold chain, distribution, delivery mechanism. And if you can imagine all that, it's quite important that we build sustainability and we build value metrics. So value metrics would mean cost, sustainability would mean regulatory compliance. And we keep reading news about FDA audits. We keep reading news about Form 483 observations, warning letters in the context of pharmaceutical world. So I am, as a protector of the value, as a custodian of the resources of the company, CFO would always be expected in a pharmaceutical context to invest as much as required in the compliance. So be it tools like SCADA, be it tools like electronic batch reports, it's super important. Similarly, in the context of the development, it's important to have tools like electronic, lab notebook. It's important to have something like LIMS, which is Laboratory Information Management Systems. And when we take the same thing into field, the customer relationship, metrics become really important. So to answer your question, Leslie, what is becoming important for a CFO is to track, to monitor the investments into these three areas, realize the value out of it, track the ROI, and this is for the functions in core operations in pharmaceutical sector. Coming to own function, analytics becomes super important. Having a dashboard on a day-to-day basis is important. These days, rupee is becoming strong, and we are a net exporter, we are a net dollar asset company. So it's very important for me to track oil, it's very important for me to track dollar, pound, and currency. So do I have best-in-class analytics tools? Do I have big data, embedded, big data analytics embedded into my team? Do I have those dashboards? And so that is on the value creation standpoint. From a statutory reporting angle, have I leveraged my ERP completely? Is the ERP rolled out across all the locations? Is my consolidation, is my internal financial control certification? Is it automatic or it's manual? Or do I maintain a employee size of which is disproportionate to the scale of the company's revenue and capabilities? So I think these questions become really important, Leslie.
Yeah, I think you also touched on some of the challenges perhaps, but we'll sort of take another round on that, because we're just talking of currently the opportunities and what you are doing in a company. So Bharat, in your case, as we see that IT has transcended business functions, it is engaging not only with CIOs and CTOs, but also with CMOs and CFOs. Now, in your case, your company is so diverse. You have auto, agri, retail, finance. It's a really diverse kind of company, and you're not only kind of handling the IT functions, but also you're holding the purse strings. So now there could be in your company the kind of dichotomy: what happens when you're investing in newer technologies, or how are you seeing the kind of role changing in the first place?
Yeah, in a group as large as ours, in fact, we'll be touching about 18 billion, in the last financial year we just went by. So in a group which is that large, diverse and complex, the IT function and the finance function needs to be very integrated, and which it is. And it is to be at the front of the business. It's no longer a support function. It's a clearly enabling function. For example, we are not the implementers of strategy. We frame the strategy, for the organization. And we are largely a B2C organization, means most of our businesses directly face the customer, directly or indirectly. So we need to have a very, very good insight of the customer. So apart from what Kedar mentioned, I mean, those things are, of course, very relevant. But for us, that customer insighting is a very, very relevant thing. And in fact, I would say the role of the CIO as well as CFO has combined to become a chief insight officer. So what a CEO would look like, my CEO would look from me is, okay, what is the insight, I mean, or whether it's for sales and marketing, whether in terms of commodity prices, or whether for foreign exchange. And that insight would come from big data, from the analytics. So one of the things we did was to kind of handle that humongous amount of data and to give us that agility. We implemented SAP HANA. So here, I'm not promoting SAP, but we said, given the complexity of our businesses, it was very important for us to kind of, get that advantage with us, where we could handle humongous amount of data, get that kind of speed and agility with us. So that definitely helped. And we migrated very, very, very fast from Excel kind of about 4 years back, we were known as an Excel company, in spite of having a SAP, but from SAP we'll download to Excel, and most of our presentations were Excel-based. But we have kind of moved away from that, and now we are a kind of all on dashboard where you get real-time information. And then using big data and analytics, we kind of provide the insight to the management. So that is one very clear thing which we have done. Apart from that, our group CFO and group CIO, Mr. Parthasarathy, is challenging us to close the books on day 1 of the next month. So, of course, that is a big challenge still, but we have reduced actually 4 days. Earlier, we used to close around 8th day. From there, we have come down to 4 days. So that itself, provides a good comfort to the management, as well as provide the kind of information which is required on a real-time basis. So that is one. And another is that, we are now kind of investing heavily into digital platforms. So where, again, the CIO is almost like running the business. So we have several ventures, like Smart Shift, which is a load aggregator platform, Tringo, which is a tractor aggregator platform. Then we have M2 All, which is, like a Mahindra mall. It's like a online kind of a mall. It's almost a mini Flipkart for Mahindra products. So we have launched several digital initiatives which, kind of transforming our business, and where both the CIO as well as CFO has a major role. So, so apart from the basic things like compliance, governance and all, which I consider as given, we are now kind of, moving just along with the businesses. We are like part of the business, and we are part of the strategy formation, part of the day-to-day business, rather than just being a support function. So that is the major change, which has happened in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Bharat. That was quite a good insight. Christian, in your case, you're the capital goods company or the infra company, and you do both the internal process, as we had discussed also last time when we were talking about it. So you're both a consumer of digital goods and you're also a provider of digital platforms. Let's talk about the internal process. The as a consumer of what's your perspective on the changing role of the CFO?
Yeah, I guess we spent way too much time in the past in data collection and gathering and way too little on making rhyme of it and deriving the right decisions of it. And that will change drastically. And that will also change job profiles. And we have heard that in the HR panel, where I guess we have a change process undergoing, which covers the employees doing it, also management working with the data. And it's going to be very interesting because SAP HANA, you mentioned it, we have that and we call it data lake. And how large that lake is, for me, is probably an ocean. And what I myself have to learn is, because we now put dash applications on it that retrieve the data out of the lake. And my big question currently is, how can we focus it on the relevant information? Because we don't want to get lost in the tons of data also, because we need to focus them for what is relevant and then use it for decision making. So that is happening, and there is one slide that we trade internally. I don't know whether it's right, but the direction for sure is that 90% of the accounting and controlling jobs will not be existing in 10 years plus anymore, so the job profiles will change. And that is what we are working on. What we are also experiencing is our R&D work and how we set up factories is completely different to before. We call it digital factory. We have manufacturing processes that work with the data produced off the machines and in the processes. We optimize much more. We have far lesser people in manufacturing and in the processes, and we learn from it, and we converted it also obviously in offerings for our customers. And in R&D, you don't have to produce a prototype, you do a digital twin. And that is also a different investment case. And if we look at it traditionally as before, we now look at it in different ways. So a lot of things are happening without even thinking ahead to the customer, but there's a big leverage also, because there's new business models, there's new offerings, and we see digitalization as the most growing segments of our offerings.
Thank you, Christian. Wayland, your thoughts?
Yeah, probably first a short correction, because I'm not the CFO for SAP. Otherwise, I get in trouble with Luka Mujic. I'm heading up the development for our core suite as for HANA, and with that enabling you for this new business on HANA, clear, and with the S4 solution. If we look to all the customers, and especially also what we do at SAP with the solution, I think digitization comes with a very interesting business effect. You're focusing very much to the individual. So you're focusing to the unit of one with your businesses, which means that the value of each and every business transaction you do shrinks. But the number of transactions is growing by factors, which means that your financials grows by factors, but hopefully not the people who work in financials. So the consequences, and that's what was nicely said by Christian, yes, it will be even vice versa. The number of people who are used in the traditional data collection and data gathering has to shrink to zero. And that's exactly where we are, that we have a financial running live with S4HANA Finance, which is based only on the raw items, so on the primary data. There are no secondary data calculated. There are no aggregates calculated, calculated anymore in the database, because an aggregate is only an answer to a question. And I don't want to pre-think your questions. You should be open with every question which you would like to ask to the database, and I can build on the fly on this technology, HANA, the answer to your needs. And this comes with a very, very powerful element, and this is exactly where the business needs of the CFO is. The element is that you are always saying analytics, and you are looking into the data which you have. But this comes with a sentence of Albert Einstein, who said, I'm not so much interested in the past. I'm much more interested in the future, because that is the time where I want to live in. And I think it's a very fundamental statement. So what Albert Einstein asks us, predict the future, do simulation. So what is going on if we get a Brexit decision? Tell me, and this is the question which our CFO has to answer, what is the consequence for SAP? Go into the data and tell me now what is the immediate consequence you can see in our data which will happen based on this decision. Tell me the consequence out of the Turkey decision this weekend. Tell me the decision. Tell me the consequence when we buy that company. So mergers, acquisitions, divestments. This kind of enabler function, which you rightly said, is exactly the most important question. So the data analyst, to understand, to make data, as you rightly said, relevant, to find the relevance in the data, that's exactly the most important feature of the CFO and the most important future of the CFO function. And with that, we provide this technology. We provide, I think you also saw it outside with the digital boardroom, an environment where today our executive board or even our advisory board tells me, Wieland, when you come in, please don't use PowerPoint. The figures you have on PowerPoint are outdated at the moment you have created it. When you are in the boardroom, you please go to the boardroom and show me the figures in Australia. And tell me what happens if this and this happens there. So show me the real figures, because I want to do instantaneous real decision. And this is where the word real time becomes real. Yeah? So that we do not go to data which are outdated by hours, days, by exporting that data to any kind of analytic tools, that we do the analytics directly on the transaction system itself, do the simulation and the prediction. And with that, support a complete different dimension of business. Probably I touch another area because...
I'll come back to you, because I think what you're doing is you're getting into a lot of these kind of analytics part of it, and you're slicing and dicing it, but we'll just come to that as a part of the challenges functions over there. Anant, my question to you is that if a person did not know that this was a CFO panel, they would mistake it for the CIO panel, with the kind of conversation that we're having hardcore about IT and stuff. So I think that is also a sign that the role of the CFO has changed significantly. But at the same time, I think when the kind of conversations that we're having out here, I think three things are very clear, that everybody has been talking about real-time data analytics, kind of predictive analytics. But when we ask a consultant, in a sense, you are looking at across sectors, you are looking at platform agnostic digital platforms. So what are the kind of significant trends that you're observing, and how do companies actually look at this whole factor of digital ROI, CapEx versus OpEx issues?
Sure. And fascinating conversation. I think there are some stalwarts on this panel. I guess my view is a little bit, from what does this do to the businesses? And a couple of statements, maybe controversial, but we strongly believe in it. In the next few years, data will become ubiquitous, and data will become transparent. And data, and the accuracy of data, and the agility at which data comes in, and the availability of some of that data and tools to work on that data will become a commodity. Where the real management value add, whether it's a CFO, whether it's a CIO, I would say even if it's a CEO, to us are in three things. I think the first thing really is, do we clearly understand which are the few things where the digital value add really happens? And I think there are some people in this forum who really get that, but in a lot of cases that I've worked in, a lot of things which I'd call as business as usual, converting paper to bits and bytes masquerades as digital transformation. And the big danger there is a lot of hype doesn't lead to true digital value creation. So the role of the CFO is to be the whistleblower and really cut out the hype and get the real few things that value is going to get created. Because remember, there is a lot of hype. The danger is if the value doesn't happen in the next 12 months, 24 months, a lot of people will get frustrated with the investments happening. So that's point one. And the CFO is the best place to do that, right? Because you do that in your daily jobs. You cut out the hype from the reality. I think the second is, how do decisions get made in an organization? I've seen a lot of organizations where all the analytic tools are available, but the decisions still don't get made in the way that they should be made. And usually the thing is, the decision making is a structure of the organization structure. And unless you go and really understand what are the 10 decisions which drive value in this organization, and structure the organization to take the decisions using analytics, etc., but align the KPIs in that manner, you will not see the change in decision-making agility. Again, the CFO has to cut out the hype, think through which are the 10 decisions which truly move the needle. It could be a decision, for example, on how do you price that product based on real-time data today in the local market so that you have the very best price optimization happening. But just having the analytics won't actually make it happen. And I think the last point is, some degree of ruthless prioritization. And who better than the CFO to really say, look, these are the things and these are the KPIs. Client I was working in, there was a very interesting new KPI on cost to serve. That KPI is not tracked. But what digital is doing is getting the cost to serve down dramatically. Now, all of us know it intuitively. But if I were to ask you, tell me, what is the cost to serve a customer? Let's say a SMB. That data is not there. But that metric to me is the most important metric to be able to track and then say, look, is it coming down or going up or it's not changing? So again, I think there's a lot of great stuff happening, but assuming for a minute that data is going to be ubiquitous and transparent, what is the role in these three? And I see variance. I see great, but I also see people who are not shifting on these three things.
Thanks, Anant. Bharat, you handle both the functions, IT and finance. How do you sort of balance the priorities and cut out the hype versus reality?
No, we kind of, again, because, as you rightly said that, data is now almost like a given. And we said that, we say that, okay, we are partner to business, but the way CEOs will look at it, and we have several businesses, is what kind of value we are actually giving to them. So we take it up as a kind of a project. We take up, break it down to a particular project with a clear-cut payback. And, and we have kind of created a center of excellence. We call it Information Insight Center. So where, whether it is network optimization, means a logistic-based product, or a sales planning, or a customer insighting, how do we convert, leads into, or hot leads into actual buy, and, repeat sales. Those kind of matrices, and which will have a very clear-cut financial benefit. So we say that, okay, this is the resource we kind of spend and time we spend, and this is the payback very clearly, which will be reviewed at the, ultimately at the CEO or MD level, at the end of the project. So that is how we try and quantify and very clearly show to the business that this is the value you are getting from the data or from the insighting. And say somewhere along the line, and because you see all projects may not give us what we started out with, but we feel that somehow it's not working out and it's not giving us the kind of payback which we thought or kind of returns, then we would kind of abandon that project. We say that it's not worth investing time and resources into it. So we take it as a kind of on a project-to-project basis. So I don't know about other colleagues.
Yeah.
But this is, we kind of figured out, again, given our diversity and complexity, that this is the best way to at least start the thing. And then I think over a period, I think it will become part of the DNA.
I like the statement, translation of CIO, Chief Insight Officer, yeah?
Yes.
Because that's exactly what is this enablement about.
Yeah, absolutely. So in fact, I was going to highlight that because we have been coming out with a lot of new words like Chief Insight Officer. Kedar, just building on this question, so what are the challenges in effectively measuring the value of your digital investments?
Yeah, so there is obviously a time lag between the implementation and realization of the business benefits. And typically I've seen the IT teams segregating a large part of the investments as must-to-haves without any associated business benefit always. But increasingly I think we are enforcing that discipline on us, that even if you implement, let's say, an advanced planner and optimization tool, or you implement an extension to an ERP, or if you buy additional licenses or whatever, you give laptops to your field staff as compared to the paper-based visual aids. I think we have started enforcing this discipline. So you're doing this, what will come out? Will the cost go down? Will your revenue go up? Will your intimacy with customer go up? Is there a hypothesis for increasing your share? Is there a hypothesis for increasing your price? Is there a hypothesis for delivering, the same product at quite lower cost? So to answer your question, I think we have started getting into these dialogues. Initially, these dialogues are getting a little heated, and which is helping. That healthy tension is always there between finance and IT. But yes, I think be it, let's say, reduction of inventory, be it, linking your procurement prices with a commodity or oil or any other suitable index, we have started increasingly getting into it. And that discipline is helping a lot.
William, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think when we built the S4HANA, the major question which Hasso, our founder, was putting in front of us is, what do you build differently and how do you enable people compared to the past? And the big question was, the functionality is there. So what can we do really different? And the difference which we, I think, built into the S4HANA is the ability to get the insight instantaneously with the transaction and answer every question. Be not limited in your number of questions which you build with that tool. And with that, you give a tool in the hand of the CFO to be a partner and an enabler. And this role, I think, will be the most important role of the CFO in the future. Instead of being just only the compliance officer, keeping the records together, which is clear a feature, but which you can completely automate, which you can support with machine learning to a very high degree, and where Christian is completely right, where this kind of CFO functions will decrease dramatically in your companies, because they anyway can't scale to the high number of transactions. So you anyway have to find a complete different solution for this kind of functions in the company.
Lovely. Thank you, Vaillant. Christian, as a provider, also solutions provider of digital platforms, what are the kind of trends that you're seeing in this context?
Yeah, I guess I want to highlight one to your question and then another aspect we haven't touched before. The one to your question, on the customer side, think about how you can use data for your customers' benefit. One example that we had just last year was we were selling energy efficiency solutions to a 5-star hotel here, which they didn't believe, because making use of the data gave a huge potential of using energy more efficiently, and we actually financed it completely out of the returns. We said, give us a percentage of your returns, don't pay us anything if you don't save, which was a interesting challenge on the finance team, creating such models where you don't talk about a price, you cannot calculate the margin up front. So the CFO function or the finance function in that respect has the challenge to definitely develop new models than before when you were only selling boxes. That is one thing. And then the other thing not highlighted today, which I want to put in, is a challenging business case when it comes to information security. Because I see investment in information security dramatically increase, and you can calculate any business case or no business case. So what is the value of your information security? What is it for yourself? What is it for your customers? And how much investment is meaningful? Because you can do a lot, you can do lesser. What is the right balance? Those are discussions that, for me, are currently happening and are not conclusive. Yeah, learning on the go, having very meaningful discussions, and I don't know how it is with the colleagues, but a significant invest currently happening.
So as I think we are seeing that the finance function is basically evolving from its traditional role of removing like kind of structural inefficiencies more to a driver of growth. So in this context, Anant, how are GST and this drive to the cashless economy sort of accelerating the pace of this evolution?
Yeah, so I think 2 or 3 points, right? So one is, like you mentioned, I think a little bit of this is changing how can digital become a competitive advantage. So for example, as we think of new technologies coming in, blockchain, as we start thinking about what's going to fundamentally change through GST, 2 things are potentially going to give a lot of insights. One is being able to rapidly run scenarios and being able to rapidly run test and learn. So what do I mean by both of these? One can now start creating options in which you say, look, we don't know how the future will really exactly pan out, but let's model out a few scenarios and what are the areas by which we can potentially really benefit if that scenario plans out. So usually when we do budgeting, one tries to take a very deterministic approach. The reality now is deterministic approaches are false precision. What you know is that you don't know. What you can do is you can start running scenarios and you can be ready to see how that's going to play. So I'd almost know one of the Monday morning actions for this group is think of the 5 variables that you know will impact you in the next few years. You may not know exactly what will happen. Currency. What is going to happen to globalization for firms which are global? You know, while we have all been schooled in globalization, there are currents now where globalization is being reversed. So you'll have 5 or 6 of those. Think of how you can scenario plan that. And while you do that, you can actually use digital to actually be quite specific and learn and test and learn what's happening. And it's a more pragmatic approach because if you wait for the deterministic answer, you'll not get it. But if you approach like this, you can be quite agile even in how you take strategic decisions. And CFOs, as long as they start thinking of those macro trends and those big shifts, they can actually almost shepherd this process. It's almost a new way of thinking of how you run budgeting. Deterministic budgets are, in a way, due to fail, simply because the world has become a much, much more, probabilistic animal and not deterministic.
I think a very interesting point you brought up about this blockchain part of it, which is exactly what we were discussing some time back. So if a company manages a global supply chain and a global customer base, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it means that the finance department is interacting with nearly 750 payment systems around the world. And I think blockchains could solve the problems in payments and securities. So though it may sound like a kind of a technology subject, it comes in the domain of the CFO. But I think these are very interesting questions. I can just take a couple of questions from the audience, please. Any pointed questions that we have? Yes, please. Yeah, please, one second.
You have a very large business with multiple, it's a conglomerate effectively. How do you decide on the budget allocation for digital? Is it going to be incremental NPV that a business will deliver? Or you look for a percentage digital spend as a CFO that each business should come up with? How do you decide on the digital distribution of your digital budget?
See, one is the investment in the businesses which we already have. So that we kind of, we let the businesses themselves decide between the CEO, CFO, and the CIO. They would kind of come up with a plan, and everything may not have a ROI. We say that as something we have to invest, for example, in auto business. We invested into a connected car. In fact, we are the first company in India to invest into a connected car the way you have this connected car in the US. We call it DigiSense. It was launched as about a year back. And right now, there's no clear-cut ROI on it, because it's a very expensive tool and customers are not willing to pay for that add-on cost. But we said that, okay, we have to be ahead of the curve. We'll just go ahead and invest in that. So that is one way. Another thing is that we are investing into several digital businesses by itself, like, SmartShift, where we are the load aggregator, Tringo, where we are the tractor kind of, aggregator in the tractor space. These, again, don't have any clear-cut ROI. Means, right now they're losing proposition, but we say that we have to be ahead again in the digital world. So we are investing in a lot of areas which does not have any kind of a clear-cut or immediate payback, but just to be kind of ahead of the curve, just to be in that space, and and then, of course, as we go along that curve, we hope to reap the rewards in the future. And I hope that answers your question.
I think Kedar wants to answer.
Mr. Bharat said, I think at this stage for our company, we have sort of taken an unconstrained view. So we are seeing that digital and IT investments are so critical that it makes sense not to restrict the spends. And the funds is not a constraint. The bandwidth of the IT team is actually a constraint for us. So that's the view we have taken.
So even with us, with Siemens, you can say there's many divisions that are there and they all have ideas. What we try to do internally as well as externally is create a platform approach where then you can individualize, for example, MindSphere as our customer solution can be individualized by apps, which can be totally different for different customers, for different sectors. And internally, we started all with a kind of platform approach where the whole company can tap into and then
find variations to it, and then the ROI is by itself amortized over more use cases and businesses. So probably that is something. So we try to restrict the not invented here syndrome that everyone wants their own tailor-made solution by going with a platform approach.
Any more questions? Bharat and Kedar, I would also like you to comment a little on the GST part of it, how you're looking at it, because I think in the Indian context, I think many CFOs would have that kind of a question uppermost on their minds.
Yeah, so, and anyway, we are reaching the fag end, so, I'll make a little bit of a controversial comment on this, that demonetization was like disruption number 1, so then this GST would be a disruption number 2. And of course, we as M&M Group are completely prepared for it. But there are large sections in the entire value chain which are not prepared. We are aware of it because, in automotive business and in tractor business, there's a large value chain both behind us as well as ahead of us. And we are aware that, though they are associated with us, their preparedness level is low. And I am sure that beyond that, people who are just like small-time traders, small-time businessmen, so it will be very disruptive, but I think that will really lead to cashless economy, which I think demonetization could not do. Demonetization, in spite of the best effort of Modi, could not result in a cashless system, but I think GST will. That is my hope as well as expectation.
Kedar, last word?
So, very similar views. IT strategy for us is actually 50, 60 or maybe 70% of the GST implementation work stream. And we are working very closely along with IT team, to tweak our systems, to connect with our trading, channel community. It's completely, interlinked. Again, here also, we have taken care not to constrain any investments. And wherever consultants are required to devise workflows to change ways to communicate, ways to engage, ways to invoice, the general ledger codes. So 70%, 60-70% of the GST workstream is digital.
So thank you, all the panelists on the stage. I think you all really gave us a very clear insight. I love that term, Chief Insights Officer. I think it's very clear that data in today's world is ruling, but how to extract insights from the...
Like my friend said, data is a given now.
Absolutely.
So how you can turn it into insight is what is the value
that's also
you
the
can
business
create,
value.
both as a CFO as well as a CIO.
If I were just to translate this in half a second, Leslie, eventually all the CFOs would dream to take CEO to a war room and reduce all the transaction processing and statutory reporting time to maybe less than 10-20% of the overall time, and spend that 80% on products, prices, portfolio, market share, and things like that.
It will be interesting to see what the CEOs have to say about this in the next panel. So please give them all a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Well modeled. Come. Please. Thank you. Please. So now we'll be starting the third panel. As I said, the digital drive comes from the top. And of course, for that's clearly the reason why we have the CEOs on this panel, essentially. I would like to now call on stage R. Sukumar, who is the editor of Mint, to moderate this event. And the panelists are is Pramit Javeri inside? I need to check Pramit Javeri. I think he's a little caught up, so I think he may join us a little later. But Mr. B. Venugopal, Managing Director, LIC of India, please be on stage. Banmali Agarwala, President and CEO, GE South Asia. Okay. Sachin Nandgaonkar, President and CEO, member of the Management Board at RPG Enterprises. Dilip Kumar Khandelwal, MD, SAP India Labs. Sukumar, the stage is all yours. I think Pramit Javedi might be joining us.
No, he's...
Oh, is it? Yeah, he'll be there in a minute, please.
Yeah. Okay. Pramit is in the building, so... Okay. We have a... I don't need to introduce the people on stage. Most of you know all of them. We have Banmali, who runs a multinational conglomerate, which has been in India for a long time. He's doing lots of businesses. It's a very cool digital company, doing all sorts of interesting things. Sachin works for the RPG group. I know that I'm referring to it as the RPG group, but it's now two groups, but it's the RPG group. And again, it's an interesting conglomerate with a variety of businesses. Pramit is here, and Pramit, please join us. I think there was... Now it's perfect. No, it's all right. Since I had a lengthy preamble, I thought I should start. And Tamal assured me that you were in the building. We have Venugopal, who runs India's largest life insurance company. Pramit runs Citibank. Again, I'm sure a lot of you are customers. If you're not, you should be, right? And then you have Dilip, who is not here so much so because SAP is a partner, but he's here because he's CEO and he's going to tell us how his company eats its own dog food, right? I mean, we are not particularly interested in anything else. Rather than give each one of my panelists an opportunity to start with opening remarks where they sort of give a 30,000 feet view, I thought we would do it as a series of questions because I think it's very rare that you have a diverse group of CEOs like this. And it'll be interesting to see what their perspective on digital is, right? And how important digital is to them. And of course, I've promised all of them that they can end with a 2-minute, 30,000 feet view of their digital strategy in their respective companies. And a first question, which I want each one of the panelists to answer in turn. Previously, I mean, you look at companies in certain sectors, they're partial to people of a certain function to become CEOs, right? I mean, it happens in banking, it happens in consumer products, right? In HUL, only the marketing guys will ever become CEOs. There's no one else from any other function who has a chance in hell of becoming a CEO. In journalism, only what can I say, reporters will become editors. You won't have a desk person ever becoming an editor. It never happens. So there's all kinds of things. But increasingly over the last few years, a very powerful center of power has emerged in a lot of companies, even in a lot of Indian companies, called the Chief Digital Officer, right? I mean, people, of course, call them by far more impolite names when they're not there, but they are officially called Chief Digital Officer. And what I want to know is, and many companies, of course, again, I think it's a mistake. They probably make the mistake of taking a tech guy and making him the CDO, which I'm not so sure is a great thing because a CTO is very different from a CDO, right? But what I want to understand from each one of you, starting with you, Pramit, is how much of a CDO are you? How much of a CDO do you think it is necessary for a CEO to be specifically in banking?
Thank you. Let me apologize for being late.
No, you weren't late at all.
So, you know, there are 3 or 4 things I would say, right? I mean, the first thing I would say is that our industry, the industry that I happen to work in, is actually not a stranger to change, is not a stranger to disruption, right? So if you think about the last 20 or 30 years, at least as long as I've worked, I mean, disruption has pretty much been part of the journey, part of the process. Now, having said that, I think it's also fair to say that the disruption that the industry has faced or is facing in the last 2 or 3 years is probably more accelerated and, you know, at a much higher intensity level than we've ever seen before. So I think when you put it, you know, the way we like to think about our business, which is probably very different from the way we used to think about it several years ago, is that we like to think in an ideal world, or we want to aspire to think of ourselves as being a technology company with a banking license, right? Because that's, I think, the only way that we can actually continue to survive and continue to thrive and flourish and prosper, and most importantly, continue to do what our clients want us to do, because it is a client business. Ours always has been and always will be a client business, and obviously clients means many different segments, whether it's your individual, the household, or even a large corporation. So I think you have to always think of yourselves as a technology company with a banking license. And if you accept that, and if you start thinking in that way, then I think your question in many ways becomes somewhat irrelevant, because I don't think any of us who work in this industry can anymore afford to say, well, my role is kind of being a coverage banker and his or her role is being the digital officer. I think they all get kind of subsumed into one role, into one mindset. And I think it really goes back to what has always been very important in most businesses is the culture, right? What is the culture that you're trying to breed? What is the culture that you're trying to grow in a business? And therefore, I think what, you know, really, not just me, but as a leadership team in the bank, what we really have to think of ourselves is, you know, are we setting the tone? Are we walking the talk? And therefore, are we ensuring that this culture, which is very different from, you know, culture in the context as we have thought of historically or traditionally, but this culture of having a digital mindset, or this culture of being relevant to your customers, to your clients in a manner that is appropriate and relevant for them, how do we imbibe that? How do we walk that talk every day? And if you actually start thinking like that, it doesn't matter whether, you know, you've just joined the bank at 24 or you've been in the bank a long time like me. I think you have to espouse all of those roles collectively, all of those roles at the same time. As a banker, as a trader, as someone who does, you know, cash management, but at all times you have to think of yourselves as a digital officer, and this is not, you know, the monopoly of someone else. This is not someone else's role. And I think it's only when all of that comes together and that you cut across all of the silos and you start working in a, you know, literally cross-fertilization manner across different elements of the organization that you can truly become a digital company in a manner that it actually behoves a bank today. Because if you don't, unlike in the past, you know, 20 years ago, the competitive environment for us was very different. Today, the competitive environment for us is very different. And 5 years from now, I would submit that it will continue not only to change, but it will be very different.
Even more different.
And unless we keep kind of, therefore, right, you know, at the cusp of all of this, there is a risk that we could become, you know, obsolete. And that is obviously what none of us want to be. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the way we think about it.
Yeah, okay. I just want to add one more thing, more house rules at this point in time. At any given point in time, if you feel like interrupting, please do interrupt. But we are not on TV, so you can be nice to each other, right? I mean, there's no need to, but please, because let's not make this a very formal kind of discussion. I think the audience will also benefit if each one of you sort of proffers your views. So Sachin, I'm going to come to you now, which is the same question with a little bit of an add-on, which is 5 years ago and now, the amount of time that you as CEO spend on digital stuff, has that changed? Do you see yourself spending more time on these so-called digital things?
Yes, Sukumar. If I were to kind of just take two sides of it, our digital journey did not start 5 years ago. When we started about 2.5 years ago. But our first attempt was actually to make the question that you first asked, try and make it actually what Pramit said, try and make it irrelevant, which is try and avoid this word of a separate digital officer, try and make the CEO play the role of a digital officer. And the first year we actually did not therefore hire any full-time digital officer. We asked one of the senior people in each one of our companies to basically play the role of the digital sponsor, worked around with the goals, the KRAs for the year for that person to make sure that that person sees it as an important priority as part of the management team. And in that first year, as the management team and this person kind of started shepherding conversations and initiatives around digital, the CEO and the management team themselves realized that it's important to now get to a point where we have somebody who is full-time playing the role of a digital officer. So we are now at a point 2.5 years down the line when across our companies we have maybe about 12 to 15 people full-time driving digital, 3 or 4 of them nominated formally as chief digital officers or some kind of digital officers with a business and tech background. And interestingly, one other shift has happened in the last 1 year as we kind of moved in this journey. I found 3 of our CEOs wanting to become the digital sponsors themselves. They realized that having one of the functional heads or one of the business heads playing the double hat role of a digital sponsor for the company was only making digital happen in one part of the business. So they actually said, look, we now have a team of full-time digital people. As a CEO, I see this as a top 3 priority in my company, and given that one person who can play the role across all the business functions is me, 3 of our CEOs have actually taken on the mantle to become the digital officers themselves. So even in our context, which is pretty traditional industrial conglomerate context, tires, EPC, life sciences, plantations, electrical products, this shift in some way through design, through a lot of change management has happened, and it's fantastic to see the CEOs actually now seeing this as a core part of their thing. So it's a journey, and you asked about in the last 5 years, but what I would say is it's really become a core part of what each one of us at the CEO level in our management teams talk about. Digital is really, really a core part of it now.
Okay, Banmali, I mean, same question, but are you the oldest person on this panel? You might be, right?
Do you have to embarrass me publicly? Is that the idea? I thought you were a friend.
I am a friend, but apart from me, I of course feel as old as Methuselah sometimes, but I think you're probably the senior most person in this panel. I think that's a better way of putting it. And you work for a company which is very digital, right? How does a CEO suddenly also become a good CDO, right? I mean, how do you keep pace? How do you keep track? 2012, artificial intelligence was still a buzzword. Then deep learning happens. Suddenly, it's a big thing. You're using it extensively across a variety of your product lines. You have to understand it. You have to cope with it. You have to know how your clients can use it. So how does a CEO suddenly acquire this sort of knowledge?
So it's a tough question and an embarrassing one again. But let me just take a step back and kind of say that for an industrial company like GE, the whole digital journey is completely disruptive. It is transformational. And I think you can look at it either as an existential threat to your very future, and at the same time maybe also as a massive opportunity to kind of get more business. And there are these 2 dimensions with which I would argue most industrial companies would have to look at digital. And let me kind of try and elaborate that. If you look at industrial productivity across the world, it has been fairly stagnant, or there have been very marginal improvements in industrial productivity. And by that I mean in machines and equipment, in generators and turbines and what have you. Very marginal. You go back about 7 or 8 years ago, the improvement in all those things was fairly substantial. Just the evolution of materials, the evolution of physics and all of that, it's kind of got to a tapering point. But now with the manner in which the capturing of data, the edge devices, the sensors, the cost of storage, the processing speeds, the cost of processing, and all that goes on with analytics that we were discussing earlier, all that has made crunching data and providing outcomes, and in the earlier panel, I think there was an example given as to how just by squeezing out inefficiencies from systems, you can provide phenomenal outcomes. To an industrial company, that's a phenomenal, how should I say, an opportunity. And at the same time, if an industrial company doesn't capture that space, and you have a software company that does, you are losing out on business. So it's existential at the same time. And we do see a number of software companies getting into hardware, but I think there aren't too many examples of hardware companies trying to get into software. So we at GE look upon this both as an existential problem for us, as well as an opportunity. I'd then like to kind of touch, so it's pretty easy to articulate this, but then how do you go about it? And I think that's where I kind of go back to the point that Pramit was making, that when you talk about culture, now when we talk about digital in our company, and we've set up the center in San Ramon, we're investing $1 billion a year in building the industrial platform, which we call Predix. But the people that we have employed over there, they're the best talent that's available in the Valley. They would be in their mid-20s to early 30s, so just to your pointer to my age. I would have to maybe rub shoulders with somebody about half my age, wearing pink socks with a earring, with 5 tattoos, with a ponytail, in a company which is 135 years old, prides itself in technology and all of that. There is, in a certain sense, a certain clash of cultures that you've got to deal with when you've got an industrial company trying to come to terms in being a digital company. We are going through that as we speak. Simple, how do you lay out an office for a 25-year-old as opposed to someone who's, let's say, in early 50s like I am? These are challenges that one faces. As a CEO, I may not be able to write code, but I do know that anyone who joins GE today, he'd better know how to write code, otherwise he will not have a job in the company. I better learn how to write code soon enough, at least to understand the nuances of what it takes to bring a difference. So a short answer to your question, I would say, Sukumar, is that I need not know all the nitty-gritties of what it means to be digital, but I certainly need to know the impact that it has. How do I facilitate the entire process and make sure that I surround myself with people who know what's exactly going on. Just one more point to touch on culture, and maybe we can then have a chat again. And somebody made the point in the earlier session about democratization of data. Just imagine, what does it do to a company where all the information that you have, even within a company, is available to everyone? How does, in the old-fashioned traditional way of running companies and managing companies, where just information arbitrage was a fairly significant thing, in that kind of a mindset, you take away all the information arbitrage that there is. Everyone has the same information, and even then you've got to kind of make to see how do you kind of add value. So the point I'm making is that while the business strategy piece is all right, the cultural strategy piece needs to be looked at. And as a CEO, one of my fundamental jobs is to make sure that the culture in the organization, to make sure that digital takes root and flourishes, is the number one priority that I have.
Okay. We actually, I mean, data is one of those things that I thought this whole thing, right? Because this whole command control, data-driven hierarchy is gone. I thought it was one of those things we could discuss later. I also noticed the subtle way in which you got your age into the answer. So well done. Just curious, you've learned to code?
So in fact, I had a session with some of the youngsters in it, and they started to teach me the Pac-Man, where you've got this thing eating up. They said, do you mind? Can you just write a few lines of code to make sure that it doesn't hit the wall or it changes direction and goes up? It took me about a couple of hours to learn that.
But you did it.
I did it.
Ah.
But that's how far I've come.
Just curious. You, I won't ask. I mean, you're a techie, right? Pramit, you know how to code?
So Banmali talked about different cultures in GE going to Silicon Valley, right? I guess for us the challenge is a little different because we have that here in Mumbai, where we have a company of 17,000 people. The average age is 31. So in a sense, that exists right here in India itself. The other is the challenge of being a parent to young children. Right? In many ways, some of the changes and some of the challenges and some of the things you learn is when you have young children. So I think...
How old are your kids? If I'm
I know they're 19 and 21. So
the digital generation.
It's very hard not to have a digital mindset. It's very hard not to have an open mind on anything, because otherwise you'll be, probably extinct.
So have they taught you to code?
Well, the truth is, I've learned many things in the last few years as far as technology is concerned, as far as digital is concerned, as far as what's going on in the industry. But no, you have to have realistic limits, and coding is not something that I have either volunteered or offered to learn.
Some parts of it are fun. I mean, I think some years ago I went through a bit of a midlife crisis where I thought it would be cool to learn Python, and it's not so difficult. I think Niranjan has learned a few languages too. Sachin, you know how to code?
No, not yet. My son is learning a little bit of that through the Khan Academy, and he's putting pressure on me that you also learn it, then we can kind of see who codes better. So still going through the battle with him, not yet there.
Okay. I think everyone should learn to code. I mean, in our newsroom now, there are some journalists who know how to code. And worldwide, some of the better schools, including Debashish knows this, Columbia, with whom you have a partnership, a lot of their students know how to code. And then, of course, those who don't know how to code try to pass off knowledge of Excel as the ability to code, right? Venugopal, you know how to code?
Yeah, I do. I've spent most of my time in LIC and IT. I've headed IT for 7 years. I've started out as a developer, systems analyst programmer.
So you're an engineer?
Not really.
Huh?
I'm a self-taught programmer in systems analyst.
Excellent. I mean, I think you have to give him a big hand. I mean, so tell us, I mean, just like I asked Banmali that slightly uncomfortable question about age, I'm going to ask you an even more uncomfortable question about antecedents. And LIC is a state-owned company. It's a behemoth. It's a monopoly. There's this perception of large state-owned monopolies as not particularly productive, not particularly efficient, not particularly in possession of the kind of systems and practices that panels such as this typically speak about. How does digital fit into LIC? And how much of, I mean, I think the fact that you're the managing director and you have an IT background itself probably says something about it, but can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to export this myth, especially about state-run companies and in particular about LIC. I think the life insurance companies, by the very nature of their business, is very, very data intensive.
Yeah.
So they need to automate or digitize perhaps much more than any other industry, I suppose. And perhaps you would be not aware that when mainframes were imported into India for the first time in the 1960s, LIC and RBI were the only institutions who could do that. So our automation process goes back till then.
With those punch cards?
Key punch cards on which
I learned coding in college on punch cards, you know, that's how old I am.
I too started like that. So it is as old as that. Our automation history is more than 50 years old. Perhaps unlike the normal perception that people have about state-owned companies, we have always been pioneers in the implementation of IT. Anything that has come to India has been implemented in LIC for the first time. Email, online systems, digitization of records, workflow, introduction of workflow. All of those things have happened 10, 15 years back, even before the sector was opened up. So I think for any CEO, what would be the bottom line that is expected of him to use a cliche to increase stakeholder value? Especially for an insurance company which does its pricing based on assumptions which have to stand the test of time over a long period of time. I think three things are very important. First is that for any marketing or customer service function, the time to market should be cut down. The cost has to be cut, and you should increase the return on investment. I mean, these three things are very, very fundamental, not just for insurance, for everyone. But to be able to do this for a long period of time, there are a huge amount of challenges. And those challenges are not in the control of the CEO. They are externally imposed. So the most important thing for a CEO is to decide. The challenge is to decide how the institution will respond to those challenges. And I think it is impossible to do that without digitization, without being a digital person. So though you aimed at question at Pramod, I would like to say that I'm, of course, a living proof that it's not just marketing guys, but also IT guys who can come up. In fact, we have 4 managing directors, 2 are hardcore IT guys. So who is a digital person? At the level of the CEO, I agree with him that it is not necessary that you have to be a techie. You just need to understand what is important and who can do that for you. So if you are able to implement things that will increase those 3 basic components which I spoke about, then I think that is all that is necessary. So.
Okay, great. Dilip, we come to you. Of course, you can now surprise all of us by telling us that you don't know how to code, since he's told us that he knows how to code. No, but it's just kidding. SAP. Yeah, okay, SAP, India, and how you run it. Do you think it's run the way an ideal digital enterprise should be run? I mean, do you use all the digital tools and techniques that a progressive 21st century company should be using ideally?
So before we get in, I think there are few fundamentals, and I feel it is, so if you know the data getting doubled, everybody knows that the mobile, everyone carries 2 or 3 mobile devices with them. Everyone wants the instant value on cloud. Everybody wants to have the analytics on top. If you put this 3 or 4 key trends and put on any existing business model across industries, whether it is pharma, whether it is banking, whether it is insurance, whether it is anywhere, you're bound to disrupt something in some ways which can be completely creating a new business model which nobody anticipated and which can create value. Now, it's also applicable to companies like SAP. It's applicable to any industry. Now, the only argument I always see in this is, I think you take an example like an LIC. I mean, who knows business better than them in their business? So they know, it's a common sense, what you want to run my business, they know better. And then leverage what are the 2, 3, 4 things which are required for them to be staying ahead of the game and implement those values as transforming those business processes into digital business processes. That's how I look at it. The problem with the term digital is everyone feels that everything needs to be digital, and everything, whether it is adding value or not adding value, they count it as digital. And then you go into completely defocused zone of
of doing everything, and you don't know whether which is adding value or not adding value. So my suggestion always is, and that's what we try to also do internally, you understand your business, you need to identify what are the key processes where you need to add value and which will add value to you. And those focus on those aspects of making it digital. Maybe it is one, maybe it is two, maybe it is three, maybe it is not leveraging any of them and getting it right. So that's what we try to do internally as well ourselves, whether we want to have, let's say, a consistent experience for our customers, whether we want to have the workforce which is much more productive, we're working with the machines and the human aspects. A lot of works which we don't need to work can be done by machines, and a lot of work which requires a human brain, that's where you get the human part in. So those things you need to identify in the right ways, and then you can adapt in the digital way.
Okay, quick follow-up, and I wanted to try and answer this in 1 minute. Okay, not too long because we don't have much time and we have a lot of ground to cover. We had this discussion and you told me how long you'd been at SAP, right? So 15 years ago and now, this whole digital thing has exploded, right? How has internal management at SAP changed in this period? Because I think that will give everyone here a good view of how much of your own dog food you've eaten.
So I think if you look at SAP was traditionally, if you look at it, was an on-prem business. Very successful. A lot of companies, very loyal customers base. One thing we learned very clearly is that we are not going to leave those customers even if we go towards the cloud. So as a strategy, what we said 4 or 5 years back, that we want to be the cloud company. It means whatever development what we do, we will be doing it on cloud, but we want to make sure that every existing install-based customers what we have is also moving towards the cloud piece. And that's also applicable inside to us. We were also running the thing. We are transforming ourselves together with the journey. We are also making that existing business process internally what we do is also running on the cloud what we sell to our customers. That's how traditionally we've been doing. The only difference, I mean, just to be very fair, and I know that you don't have time, the challenge always is, as a head of the company you face in is, I have my everything running well, and I know all the key trends happening around it, and I know that that will give me a value, let's say, and competitive advantage if I do this, but do I disrupt it? And that's where I always feel that the companies are going in a two-phase mode. They run the companies in two modes. It's the two-speed architecture, where one process, which is core, they want to keep it still running in a way that it is running very stable, very reliable, and all those stuff. And then there are some areas where they want to try or prototype or innovate, and that's where you start creating the new business process where it gets added value to them. So you come across a lot of these companies which are going and seeing the two level of speed at which the innovation is happening, and it's applicable not just for SAP, it's also applicable for a lot of our existing install-based customers. That's what we see it.
You wanted to make a point? You wanted to say something? Or not?
No, I mean, just to that question, I mean, the way we are kind of approached is to force the issue in the interest of time, to actually appoint a chief digital officer. I think we were one of the first few industrial companies to say, all that we do in IT and digital, we are just going to put it under one head, right across the world, right across the company, number one. Number two, we put financial targets, and we now report those results externally, just to show progress. So it's not embedded anywhere, it's way out there in the open, and we're deeply committed. Therefore, we have to show results, and so it's very public in that sense. Just a quick point, what we're learning is that how do you go and sell this to our customers? Who is the new customer for an industrial company? Is it my same procurement manager or the plant manager, or is it now the CIO? My sales force knows how to go and sell to a plant manager or to an operator or whatever it is. My sales force doesn't necessarily know how to go and sell to a CIO.
Or a CDO.
Or a CDO. So we need those sales skills within us separately. So we are learning as we are going. It's a journey, and I think we are somewhere on that journey.
Okay. You have a digital dashboard? You do? On your phone?
I think it's much more than a digital dashboard, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, digital is a very broad word, and you know, we can all get.
No, I mean, are there some metrics that you track?
Absolutely. I was just going to use that word, right?
Yeah.
I think every part of the organization now has to have metrics, because it's, you know, it's metrics around growth, it's metrics around acquisition, it's metrics around productivity. You know, there's no limit to this. So once you actually you know, embrace this as a philosophy, then you have to have every single part of the organization that has to have metrics, that has to have clear metrics, and you have to track them as you go along, because as I said earlier, the life cycles are becoming much shorter. So sometimes you have to actually migrate to new metrics much faster than you would have anticipated. And I think that is, in a way, what has actually changed. To your question, you asked the question about what's changed from 10 years ago to 15 years ago to today, at least in our industry. I mean, first of all, you know, in the financial services industry, product life cycles have always been very short, right? Because replicability is easy. But I think the one mindset that has changed, so 10 years ago, what happened is when you introduced a new product and it was successful, you actually, the mindset was, let me keep milking this. Let me keep it as a cash cow until such time that I'm forced to change. Today, that is no longer a viable business strategy. Today, what you have to do is, well in advance of the time where you actually have to change, you have to start thinking about what can disrupt you and actually migrate potentially to something new, even though you may disrupt yourself and eat into profits that you may be making today, simply because if you don't do it, someone else is going to do it, right? I think the other thing that has changed is 10 years ago, our competitors for our industry were only in our industry. That is no longer true. So today, when you look at your average customer or client, they're not comparing you with another bank or even an NBFC. You are actually being compared as a provider of services, a provider of something as part of your life, right? So if Uber can do this for me on travel or transport, why can't you do this for me as a bank? If a travel company can do this for me, why is it not applicable to financial services? So I think the comparisons for your average customer, and you talked about age, and your average customer today, just like our average organization, is also becoming younger. I think that's also changed. So I think these are the things that have changed.
Okay, Panmali made this point about data, and one of the things that all of us have to agree is, I mean, the amount of data that we have about processes in the company, productivity, efficiency, as well as customer level data, it's just gone up multifold. And management has always used data to make decisions, right? I mean, has the quality of decision making improved in your opinion? How do you distill good data from bad data, relevant data from irrelevant data? How do you decide what are the key metrics for your organization? I'm going to start with Sachin, and then I want to do a round, because I think it'll be interesting to find out what to track and what to ignore.
So, a difficult question, because being able to kind of say, look, we've been able to kind of get better at decision making is very difficult to kind of judge on. But if I were to kind of look at what's changed, did we have matrices? Did we have dashboards? Ever since I know we've always had. What are we migrating to? We are migrating to trying to have those dashboards available to us on our mobile at any point of time. We're trying to migrate to us being able to drill that down at any point of time. We're trying to migrate from end of the month figures which come up by 7th or 10th to real-time information on the dashboards at any point of time. Is that journey kind of over and we are kind of there? No. Are there steps being taken towards that, and is that a core pillar of our approach to digital? Yes. The challenge for decision making in my mind, to just give you an example from today itself, I was in my life sciences company, and we were discussing an important decision. Now we have our entire field force migrated to discussing with doctors using a mobile tablet. So we have actually all the data of which doctor was met, what product was shown, which was the first product that was shown, all of that actually being captured. The decision involved kind of understanding as to the field force size and optimizing that. And when we were discussing with our senior team, who's kind of responsible for that business, as to how much of all that data that is getting collected are they using in terms of what is our call coverage, what is our efficiency, that is not yet there. The challenge, as I have seen on a lot of these digital journeys, has been less about the technology, less about the solution, less about even adoption at the operating level. It's been more adoption at the senior management level to really get them to convert all that is there, not just into insights, but before that actually starting to get comfortable with seeing information on that. Sure enough, in many cases, as this data is getting available, the ability to, I would call it not necessarily good decision, but ability to close a decision in less iterations is becoming better. Because like if I take today's decision, if that decision otherwise would have taken 3 cycles, we would have agreed on a certain next steps, then would have agreed on a next steps before we close. It would have been maybe 3 weeks, maybe 6 weeks before we could close it. Now with this ability to kind of drill down, our ability to close the decisions in a much quicker time frame is just surely gone.
Venugopal, in your business, of course, if you have much more granular customer level data, it also helps you refine your product and your pricing tremendously.
We have 2-3 systems. One dashboard that is completely homegrown, that is updated every half an hour, starting from the lowest, which is a satellite office, going right up to the chairman level, which allows him to drill down to the granular level of the policy data, policy or the customer data, also if he needs that. Then we also have dashboards which Business Objects is used for top level dashboards, which don't get updated that frequently, but end of the day they get updated. We have also very successfully set up data warehouse, which is now more than 10 years old. In the previous panel, there was a talk about Insights Officer, Chief Insights Officer. Strangely, we have called our group that works on this warehouse as an insight-driven marketing team. So they have looked for patterns and have been able to produce leads for targeted marketing campaigns. And almost every year, nearly 2,500 to 3,000 crores of premium have come from leads generated from that warehouse. We need to look at data for various aspects of decision making. I remember an instance where the top management was meeting and there was a proposal to change some underwriting rule. So for example, to decide whether if you allow a person to come in without a medical test up to rupees 1 lakh, can that be raised to 2 lakhs? What will be the impact? And while that meeting was on, we were able to run a query on the warehouse, sifting through data for the last 20 years to find out the claim experience and to take a decision on that particular proposal, which was possible only because that system was in place. So insurance industry, main pricing itself depends on what has happened in the past.
That's
so
right.
for us, this is a huge, what shall I say, it is an investment that has actually provided huge gains because of its ability to use this data for predictive analysis.
But Mali, the point that you made, data, what it does to existing hierarchies, managing with so much of data, deciding what to use, what not to use. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, so first, of course, it clearly eliminates hierarchies. And I think you therefore need to address it by cutting down the levels in the organization. So what we've done is we've halved the levels, halved the number of layers that we have in our organization over the last 2 years. In some places we had up to 13, we've cut that down now to almost about 7 right across the organization. One of the reasons being exactly what you explained. The other thing is that I think if as a company, it's driving us more towards insourcing than outsourcing. Simply because if we have access to that data ourselves, we can perhaps do a lot more with it and provide better outcomes for ourselves. So that's another outcome which I must say caught me a little bit by surprise, but that's the direction in which we are going. From an external perspective, I think the ability to offer customized solutions for each and every equipment is something unique, and I think something which data gives the ability to provide so. So not every aircraft engine needs to have a similar maintenance schedule. Not every gas turbine or every MRI machine needs to have a similar maintenance schedule. You can tailor make it to each and every individual equipment. That's a very unique value proposition for a customer providing value. So including manufacturing, I think the days of large-scale manufacturing employing thousands of people making a single product are history. You now will have factories making multiple products in the same place with things changing very fast and so on, which again can only be done if you've got access to data and so on. So I think these are the implications for our business. And as I said earlier, I mean, there are many things that we're just learning as we are proceeding.
So from my point of view, it is, I think the data is there. It's not about just pure data, but usage of the data in a real time and also adding the predictive piece in it. That's where you can create a much more bigger impact. The data is there. I mean, you have the data from social media, you have the data from everywhere, there's transactions are getting generated and all those things. But as I said in the past as well, I mean, you need to identify the clear use case. What are we using it for? And if you're using it for real time and putting the right metrics on it, I think it can add value and it can help you decide the decision. In the past, it was always belly feeling. It's still a lot of belly feeling you do it. Even if you have a data, still you need to do sometime what your stomach feels. But at least it gives you a framework on what you're getting out, and then you can make much more informed decisions.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Drucker is a man you can quote for anything, right? I mean, and I think it was Drucker who said that data endowed with relevance and purpose is information and knowledge, right? I mean, otherwise it's just data. Quick question for each one of you. In your companies, what's the one thing you'd like your digital systems, your digital technology to do which it currently doesn't do? Pramit?
In our case, I think it does a lot of things already, but what personally I would like to see it go into areas which have not been explored so far. For example, for most life insurance companies in India as well as the world, attrition of agents is a huge problem. So using data mining or predictive analysis, it is possible perhaps to create a model of an agent who will be successful. I mean, if you have enough data, I think you can create a model. So that would be something which will be of huge help to us. We recruit and they go out, so that's a huge cost. So that is one thing. Secondly, it will be also good if we can extend to the large number of agents that we have. We have more than 1 million agents. So to them, if we are able to provide a digital assistant that will help them to conduct their business wherever they want, integrating all the current systems, whether it is Aadhaar system or payment systems, all integrated. That would be the second area which I think we would be very, very seriously working on now.
Pramit? I mean, his answer was very functional, probably a good answer, but also very prosaic. So you can pull something out of Arthur C. Clarke. We won't mind.
I think for us, it's actually quite straightforward. So we deal with large companies and institutions in 97 countries in the world. We deal with 200 million customers in 20 countries in the world. What I don't think we do enough of is, as countries, as teams, as businesses, we don't talk to each other enough. We don't exchange enough data about our customers and what they're doing in different parts of the world. And if you really think about the value of that, if you were able to leverage that in a more efficient manner, it has extraordinary potential. I think the other thing that we need to do, and better, is in the context of the new competitive environment. I mean, we just need to be more agile. We need to move with more alacrity. I think we have many younger, newer, more nimble companies around us that do a better job of that than us, and that is something that we have to learn from.
Sachin?
As a CEO and also someone who's driving digital across the entire group, I think my aspiration is actually twofold. One is, I believe right now we're kind of, whenever we talk about markets and customers, there is a lot of aggregated information that we see. Digital gives us the power actually to shift that aggregated discussion to a segment of one discussion. We can actually go down literally at a customer level in pretty much every one of our businesses, and that would be a game changer for us as pretty much an industrial player. The second aspiration is a more philosophical one and a big one for me, which is, and I'm someone who's kind of a very operations man. So the way the Kaizens happen on shop floor, which is breakthrough shop floor improvements happen through interesting Kaizens that happen on shop floor. My view is the same would be the way, and my aspiration is the same would be the way improvements would happen in the workplace through digital Kaizens. People would come up with interesting digital solutions to day-to-day problems, and just as Kaizens work on a very empowered, decentralized way, we would see digital solutions getting implemented across the group in a similar way. So those two would be my aspiration.
Correct, and soon, of course, people don't need to come up with these Kaizens. The digital system itself will come up with the Kaizen, right? I mean, that's what self-learning is always for.
So for me, Sukumar, it's more the coming together of the physical and the digital. And I think when we talk about prognosis or being predictive, I mean, if it's just based on trends of data or historical information, I mean, that's one bit. But how do I get an engineer to be able to use that information and be able to maybe take a leap ahead and offer better performance or offer longer durations in terms of between maintenance cycles and so on? Not just on the basis of historical data and so on, but also his own confidence on the design of the machine and so on and so forth. So the coming together of the digital and physical is where the value for an industrial company really comes. And that's the piece which I'd really like to see happen.
Dilip?
So from my point of view, I think when we started, we always talked about if we are happy when we deliver a product, then you slowly move towards you're happy delivering a solution. And I think that the end result, in my opinion, should be what are we delivering as an outcome? And that is the last one. I mean, let's an example. If I go for a movie, I don't want to pay upfront for a movie. I go for a movie, if I laugh 5 times, I pay for that 5 laughs. That's where I say an outcome-based thing that needs to be made visible for every industry which you're working on.
Okay. We're going to take 3 or 4 questions from the audience, and then we're going to come back for the closing remarks, like I told you. There are people with mics. If you raise your hands, they will get to you. You can get that. If you have a second mic, you can get it to this gentleman here in the penultimate row. Yes, sir. Can you identify yourself? If you have any one person in this panel whom you would like to answer that question, please identify that person as well.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Piyush Gandhi. I can't identify any one person, but my question is, why it is taking so long for established companies to go digital vis-a-vis new age companies? So when we go to Google, when we see Facebook, when we see Amazons of the world, they are transforming, rather they are digital right from beginning. Why it is becoming such a cliche for established companies to go digital? So they talk 100, but they implement 40.
Would you include Citibank and GE as established companies, or?
Yes, very much. So,
they are? Or LIC? But from what you've heard, all 3 of them are fairly digital, right?
Not really, still. So, when I say that...
Okay. Yeah, we got your question. Since you've raised this issue, I'm sure there are lots of people here who've taken... So, Banmali gets a crack at this, Pramit gets a crack at this, and then Dilip gets a crack at this.
Yes, okay. I was just itching to go. So I'd like to see Google make an aircraft engine. Just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about. But listen, it's from, and again, I go back to the basic point about the cultural piece, about how do you get a company which loves its hardware, which loves its metal, the bigger the better, and all of that, to think digital and get that into DNA, it takes some time. Just as I'm pretty sure it would be the same for the kind of companies that you're talking about.
Pramit?
So, I mean, it's obviously a fair question, it's a fair comparison. It's not necessarily an apples to apples kind of question, simply because at the end of the day, some are regulated businesses, some are not. Some businesses have been around for 200 years, some have been for 20. And the question is, there is no question, yes, some are more digital, some are on their way to becoming more digital, some have made made more progress than others. And you'll obviously have a different, a cross-section of companies. And I think that, frankly, hopefully the test will be over a period of time. And I think you have to, really see how many of these so-called new, and I'm not referring to any of the names you mentioned, but how many of these new companies may be around 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, and 200 years from now?
Good point. Dilip?
So my comment is, I already touched upon it. I think the successful companies have a lot on the plate and a lot on their head to keep continuing on that way, and that's a problem. They want that operation in certain sense stable, certain sense more reliable, and they don't want to play with this for a certain amount of time because it is the cash cow and it goes for a certain amount of time. They still try to do a lot of stuff which is creating more value or innovations on the things where they want to go new. But it takes different time. And it's very different when you're a new company where you don't have any legacy. You don't have anything to worry about it, no need to worry about the install-based customers, and then you can try. And then you can discuss and decide whether how long it will continue to last. There are customers from the companies of this, you say about GE or with Citibank, there are customers which are there for years, like SAP. I mean, we have customers for 40 years, and those are very loyal customers, and you need to be caring for them and rather not disrupting, and that's where the problem is.
Okay, did you get the mic? Yes, please. And can we get a mic to this gentleman here, please? Yeah.
Good evening to the panelists. My name is Balaji, and I'm from the real estate sector. This question is to Mr. Venugopal and to Mr. Pramit. Being a very old insurance company, why do you have such a large workforce in each of your branch compared to the private insurance companies? Has digitalization not helped reduce manpower and give better returns to your policy holder? And for Mr. Pramit, as a bank which has got so much of data and about your customers, why are you piggy riding on other insurance companies for the products?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know how we can find a formula that decides here what is good enough or not good enough. But it is a fact that after 1993, LIC has not recruited even a single person. It's a period of 23 years. And during this period, our business has grown by leaps and bounds. In those days, the entire year's business was less than 1 crore policies. Now we are doing 1 crore numbers of policies in the month of March alone. And this is only possible because of the digitization that has happened. So I don't believe that our numbers are much larger. There are similar institutions, institutions of a similar size, SBI for example, they are much larger in size. But there is some part of the service that we do which cannot be automated. Insurance, life insurance selling and servicing requires the physical presence of a person at some point. That is only place where we now have people. So most of those functions which do not require a direct customer interface, they have already been shifted or made online. So I can't subscribe to the view that you have expressed. But the point is that over these last 20-25 years, at each and every opportunity that was presented to us in terms of the technology available in India, LIC has taken the lead to adopt that and cut costs, automate. For example, it was in 1987 that we first interconnected branches to create a network. We first created our metro area network when the bandwidth available was just 9.6 kbps. Still, we had an all-India network that used that and gave service to the customer. We did, in 2007, we started digitizing all the records to introduce a workflow. So no, there is no paper movement. Now, it is now almost 10 years old. Then more than 60–70% of our transactions today take place over the internet, not inside the branch office. We have now connected to around 35,000 of our agents' offices which function as LIC office through direct connection to our system. We've tied up with more than 1 lakh CSEs as part of the National E-Governance project. All of them act as our own offices. There's no investment. It is a fee-based transaction. So in every possible way, we have tried to cut costs and provide service at the doorstep for the customer.
You've made your case. I mean, Pramit, you want to answer that question, although the answer is pretty obvious.
I'll give you a quick answer. You know, I think you used the word piggyback. I think that's probably not the right word to use. I think it's called partnership. And, you know, when you look at the banking industry and the way it's evolved the world over, there are some things that the banks do better and there are some things that other players do better. I won't bore you over this group with details as to why we don't manufacture insurance. There are obvious reasons for that. But I think that the answer that I would give you is that, in my view, in our industry, partnerships is going to be a way of the future. So it's not just about a bank assurance model. Mr. Jamwal is here. He is our partner in India for insurance. But there are many things that our industry is going to do better going forward in the world when we partner with other people. And I think that's what I would say to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last question.
Perhaps to my question to SAP, and maybe others could take it up. 90% of India is SMEs, and they don't have the resources to do a lot of trial and error and experimentation. So in your experience and experience of other people in the value chain, where do you think you have seen the fastest and most exciting results come in? If I map the value chain of any business, and different industries will have different value chains, is it in cost reduction, inventory reduction, procurement cost, increasing customer base, customer service? Where should I tell an SME that, okay, your first few projects should be targeted?
Yeah, okay.
I think it is not about specific, because I think your question directly relates to which industry you belong to. And I think few of the industries are regulated, few are not regulated, few are, and in that particular industry, whether you are a new player or an older player, and that's where the differentiation comes in. If you are going to target an industry which is non-regulated, which is new, and you can create a new business process with the new, whatever, applying your basic principle of using cloud, using mobility as a solutions and all those things, that's where you will create more value across a lot of areas, whether it is operations, whether it is business processes or anything else.
Okay, quick round, closing round, starting with Pramit. Broad digital philosophy of your company.
Well, you know, more than philosophy, I think one thing that we should not ignore is what's going on in this country, right? We've talked a lot about digital and we've talked about different industries that are all represented on this table. I think we have to step back and think about what the government and the regulators have created for us that allow all of us to do what we are doing. None of this would have been possible without some of the most extraordinary measures that have taken place over the last decade, right? So whether it's on the telecom side, whether it's Aadhaar, whether it's mobility, whether it's NPCI, UPI, and I mean, I could go on. And if you think about this and if you compare it to most other countries in the world, I would say to you that none of this would be possible for any of us on this table, for any of us in this room, in terms of what we are able to do on a digital platform. So I think that's frankly something that I should mention. In terms of the philosophy, I think it's pretty simple. For us, you know, as an institution, using technology has always been a mantra. It's part of our ethos. It's part of our DNA. Digital, technology, they're all interchangeable. I think we're now in a world where you've got to, you know, be on the bullet train. Otherwise, the bullet train is going to kind of leave you behind. We are not strangers to that. This has been kind of part of survival. So I think this is probably now true for most businesses. If you don't embrace digital, if you don't get onto this bullet train, someone else is going to be on that train, you're going to be left behind, and someone else is going to have your lunch. So this is, basic philosophy that every one of us has to approach every single one of our businesses every day.
Venugopal?
In simple terms, for a life insurance company which is very, very customer service centric, digital, of course, is something which has always driven our philosophy, and I believe it will continue, because we want to provide service of such a class that will be something which others copy, and not that we will try to catch up with. So that has been the philosophy, and I don't see that changing. It will only perhaps become stronger.
Sure. Sach?
I think a few words to describe our philosophy. Really make it a CEO priority. We've worked hard on it, and I think we've got somewhere on that. Second, I would say is digital as more integrated into business as against just workflows and digitization. And third, which is a little bit of a cliche word, but an important word that we use, which is we need to reimagine before anybody else imagines and in a way disrupts our business. Those three.
I just say that in the industrial world, I think it's going to be extremely disruptive. We haven't even scratched the surfaces yet. And the most crucial thing is to get the cultural issues, challenges in an industrial company right to really make this happen.
So I already touched on this. I think it is about you know your business better. No one else knows more. Try to be very clear on what areas you want to go digital and create an impact.
Perfect. We're out of time. In fact, we've exceeded our time. Thank you to everyone on the panel. It was a fascinating discussion, and thank you. Thank you, Sachin.
Thanks.
Thank you, Venu. Pramit? Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. So friends, hope you're enjoying the session so far. Let's hear an excited yes. That's good. Okay, lovely. So we are going to make it, now you have been seeing that we had the CHRO panel, we had the CFO panel, we had the CEO panel, and now we are coming to a very interesting part of this entire Digitalist forum. In fact, this is the raison d'etre, as they say, for this entire forum to be established out here. So we have 10 winners from across sectors who are going to come on stage one by one, and they are going to give a 3-minute kind of presentation because they are the winners of this Digitalist award that was instituted by Mint and SAP. And they are going to tell us what they mean by the word digital. Because remember that when we talk about digital, if we ask 5 people, we get 6 definitions at times. So that's the reason. I will be starting in an alphabetical order from the surname wise, so there's no ranking out here. So please do not misinterpret any stuff out. So I would first call on stage Bindra Jaspreet, Senior VP, Digital Transformation, Mahindra Group. No, you'll have to speak 3 minutes.
To do first names, but anyway. And I just came to know about this 3-minute rule. So I will, I'll speak as I think. But thank you very much. I'm honored to be the first year of your awards, and thank you very much. I don't think, and it's basically because I think at the group, at the Mahindra Group, there's a lot of stuff happening, primarily driven by Anand, who's probably the most digitally driven conglomerate CEO on this planet. Look, when we think about digital, it's, you're right, you ask 5 people about digital and there are 6 or 7 or 10 definitions. But when we think about digital, or at least, over the past 1.5, 2 years, as we have tried to bring in this philosophy of how does a very diversified industrial conglomerate move from traditional legacy kind of businesses and business models to so-called digital businesses, business models. There are a bunch of things. But in many ways, we in our group tend to focus on, and we've learned to focus on really 3 things. And to me, that is like the definition of digital in many ways, or definition of digital transformation. Number 1 is the customer experience. And it's a much used, abused word, but many times we realize that our customers have actually moved on. They're actually living seamlessly in the physical and the digital world, and we as businesses are not. In fact, Mark Zuckerberg was the guy who destroyed this concept of us having different identities in the physical world and different identity in the online world. And since then, we just move very seamlessly. And so, as businesses, we have to kind of make sure that we map the customer journeys across physical and digital. And through multiple digital interventions, tools, strategies, technologies, make sure that it becomes a seamless customer journey. So customer experience, and provide the best possible customer experience, therefore, for our products or services. So that's one. Second is really the business model. And to me, in many ways, digital is almost all about what are the new digital business models, new ways of making money from the same products or same businesses. And sometimes those products or assets are not necessarily your assets, but they exist. So rather than creating new assets, how do you kind of make money in a different way? How do you make money out of just building, rather than just building or selling, how do you make money out of renting, for example? And therefore, the big platform models, the Uber-like, the Airbnb-like. And our core belief is that every single business can be platformized. You just have to think a little creatively. And so business models and the way digitally enabled business models are changing, and how can we disrupt our existing companies, set little time bombs in them with new different business models so that we are ahead of the curve. And third is perhaps the most important, many panels have talked about it, is really people, mindsets. And it's not about getting in a bunch of bros or typical Silicon Valley ponytailed people in, and therefore you're digital. You aren't. It's about even your existing people, how do they think differently? And how do they develop unlearn what they have learned, develop a digital DNA, take risks, break things and move on, believe in things that just work rather than things which are perfect. And so that mindset change is number 3. And it just makes it easy to remember. And in fact, I call it, or we call it, the Holy Trinity of digital, in some sense, the Hindu Trinity, rather than the Christian Trinity. And where, in many ways, the business models are the creators. But it's the customer experience which is the preserver. And the destroyer are people. But then remember, Shiva, traditionally, in our Trinity, used to destroy to rebuild, not just to destroy. And so those are the 3 things that are our credo, our definition of digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaspreet. That was a very nice, structured, impromptu, extempore speech. Please be seated. Now I would like to call on stage Choksi Manish, President, Home Improvement, International Business and IT, Asian Paints.
Hello. So much like him, I only saw the agenda probably a couple of hours back, but I was stuck in some meetings downstairs, so didn't have much time to look at a 3-minute speech, but here goes. I think, first of all, digital is a disruption, which is, I think, going to be an opportunity for most of us in that sense of the word. And even for a traditional, realistically speaking, brick and mortar business that we are present in, it is going to transform us from being that brick and mortar to being a click and mortar business in some sense of the word. So we are using and marrying digital technology with the physical network that we've got, which we've built over 75 years this year, to really expand how we are going to be able to service our customers and the manner in which we are able to service the customers. I think, again, customer engagement is key. In yesteryears, we were unable to give our consumers an experience of how their homes would look like. Today, with digital technology, it is indeed possible. But more important than making that engagement and that inspiration happen, the ability to seamlessly use digital technology to make actually execution happen is going to be the differentiator in times to come, because it's easy to excite people. It's far harder to change your world to be able to deliver those experiences that you've sort of got your customers excited about. And that's really the transformation that we've begun. We're not there yet. We need to marry many, many disparate consumer points, and that comes to the next part. The people who will win in the digital world, and somebody asked the question why somebody would sell other people's products, I think it's going to be all about the ecosystem. In the digital world, I don't think we are going to be able to just compete one company to another. I think it's going to be in what sort of manner you weave and create an ecosystem that is digitally connected. So digital is all about, the ERP was all about sort of getting one view within the organization. I think this world is going to be about getting one view across many organizations that you use to deliver products and services or solutions to your customers in some sense of the word. And the better you do it, I think you're going to be a better digital exponent, so to speak, in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. Next, I'm going to call on stage Chug Nitin. He's the country head, digital banking, HDFC Bank.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Mint. Thank you, SAP, for this chance to come and speak to all of you. For us at HDFC Bank, I think digital is just a reflection of our business model, our business philosophy. We decided some time ago, about 3 to 4 years ago, that whatever we do, whatever we believe in, those ethos, those values, we should carry forward when we move ourselves into the digital transformation journey. And really speaking for us, it's in 3 components. I think my friend has already articulated some components of that, and I'm glad that we're not the only ones thinking that way. So for us, there are these 3 pillars. The first one is the customer, of course. So we have to be continuously thinking about the customer. How much can you change the experience for the customer? How much can you keep simplifying for the customer? And once you've done something, can you start the next day again to rebuild the whole thing all over again and try and see that is there scope to re-engineer, scope to reinvent, reimagine, all of that. And that continues to be an ongoing journey. The second one is the enterprise, which is the bank. Is the bank ready to carry this full digital promise to its customers? What are the processes that we follow? What are the systems that we use? Are we ready for the future kind of technologies that we want to experiment with? Do we have the platforms? Do we have the right partners? Do we have the right ecosystem of collaboration with fintechs or the technology companies? And to that extent, how many of our processes can be simplified, converted into straight-through, end-to-end, so that the front end for the customer becomes a very good, seamless experience because we already have the customer in our mind. And the third most important component for us is our own employees. We do believe that because we are a reasonably young organization, we are only 22 years old, we keep hiring a lot of people, and we are expanding all the time. We do believe that we need to keep upgrading the bank, we need to keep upgrading the skills of the employees, and we need to keep enabling them and give them the right kind of tools and technology tools especially, so that they are able to carry the digital promise, the way we articulate for the bank, in the bank for our customers. So with these three going, at all points in time, I think we would be running something like 150 to 200 experiments. We would be trying out new things. Some of them obviously fail. But the ones that work, we are very happy to roll them into production and take them to our customers. So some of the things that, for those of you who bank with us, I would presume quite a few of you would be banking with HDFC Bank. You might have experienced that we have transformed the way we look at our loans, how we can offer loans in a matter of seconds to our customers, how we are able to give most of the transactions through our interfaces, which is internet banking, mobile banking. And a very important part for us is that how do we get customers to use digital? I mean, it's nice to start developing products and start bringing in new technology, but who's finally going to use it? It's the customers. And there we believe that digital can either create a divide, which a lot of people believed, used to believe at least 3 years ago, that won't digital create a divide, that you will have people who are the so-called digital natives and the digital migrants and people who will never cross over into digital. Now for us, we have almost 55% of our network in the semi-urban and the rural markets of the country. That's pretty much a large base of branches and people that we have. So we were always conscious of the fact that whatever we do, we need to have versions of the same offering for all kinds of customers. So for example, we deal with a segment of customers which is the bottommost layer in the whole pyramid, which is even below the poverty line. We have something called as a Sustainable Livelihood Initiative, where we have already worked with about 4 million families and brought them above the poverty line. Now, how do we use digital over here? Because these are people who are not literate. People don't have the money to buy a smartphone. People don't have the right network or the market linkages. So we work on skilling these people. We try and give them solutions which they can use on a feature phone. So we developed a full platform using feature phones, which is something that we call as missed call banking. And that kind of gives us a large number of customers. And all the way up to the top end of the pyramid, we also have something on an Apple Watch for people who can afford an Apple Watch along with an iPhone to pair it with. So anything between a 500 rupee device to 100,000 rupee spend on 2 devices, I think we have tried to make sure that we have solutions for everybody. And in the same time, because a lot of our customers continue to like visiting our branches, we have enabled our branches on the digital platforms just so that the experience that we provide even in our branches is equally seamless and simple and convenient enough. Now that said, what we've been able to do is that in the last 3.5 to 4 years, because we focused on adoption more than anything else, that how can we get customers to adopt and actually believe that these are good things for them, we have seen that from about 40–45% of our transactions that used to go through the digital channels, primarily the internet and the mobile banking platforms, that has moved to almost 4/5 now. So in a sense, we are already a large digital bank because barely about 8% to 9% of our transactions go through our branches now, even though we continue to expand our branches. So that done now, we believe that we are kind of done with the first wave of digital. We've started working on the second wave, which is where the new things like AI, machine learning, robotic process automation, a lot of new techniques like augmented reality, etc. Those are the things that we're experimenting with. We are launching a few things. We've launched a few things for the younger people, for the older people. And we do believe that as we go forward, digital, which had become a way of very impersonal interaction, from a very personalized interaction with banks in branches, it suddenly became very impersonal because you were only talking to a technology device. It is again becoming very personal because now you have the tools, you have the data, you have the analytics in place to make that interaction very contextual, very personal, and very, very localized. So we believe that for us, the good times have kind of really started just about. And the good thing for us as a country, which I heard in the previous panel also, is really the India stack. And I think we are really going to benefit. All of us are going to really benefit from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nitin. The next winner that I'm going to announce is Jamwal KRS, Executive Director, Tata Industries. Please give him a big round. Got the mic.
Thank you, SAP. Thank you, Mint. It's an honor.
You know, I have a fairly prosaic definition of digital because it helps me focus on where I think the disruptions can happen. And that is a combination of software platforms, data, mobile, which includes both wearables and handphones, and cloud. And I think we've seen the first wave of disruption, which was largely the pure digital or digital-only platforms that came into play. I'm leading into our Tata Click experience, and therefore I personally feel the second wave of digital will be what we in Tata Click call phygital, which is a combination of physical and digital, or what other people commonly call omnichannel. And while my fellow awardees have spoken, especially from a conglomerate or many different things perspectives, maybe it'll be interesting for me to deep dive into why we think Tata Click is different, and where that phygital or that omni-channel piece can actually show up those differences. Now, let me give you a few examples. Once I connect 2,000 stores, and that's just this year's target, we're already at close to 1,000 now. Once I collect 2,000 stores onto the Tata Click platform, I don't even have to make an effort, but I have an inventory in the millions, just because I'm reflecting all the store inventories. So other people have to have warehouses and DCs to develop inventory levels of millions. I don't have to do anything. I just reflect all the store inventory and I'm in the millions. Secondly, my whole logistics chain changes. I've looked at some of the logistics costs of some of the other players, and we look at ours. Our logistics costs are half to 60% of theirs on a per unit basis. Thirdly, if you look at a store manager in retail today, if he has a special sale or if he has some new inventory, what are his options? He puts a sign on his window. He has some 50 or 100 customers who are regulars. He starts calling them up. And he says, you know, I've got some fresh stock or I've got a sale going, come by and visit. With our platform, we can ping up to 20 to 50,000 people in his PIN code. Tell them that there's a sale going on. And the kind of traffic he gets for whatever he wants within the next 24 hours can be a huge difference from what he does today. These are just some of the things that we see as having a potential to transform. And when we talk about in terms of the kind of things we can showcase, the moment something comes into a store, it's on the platform. Now that's a huge difference in terms of the speed with which you are doing or showcasing things to the customer and the connectedness that you can show to the customer, that you want something which is fresh and new, it's right there. I wanted to share this in a slight deep dive because I feel that's what some parts of the future are. It's disruption when you take a pretty old industry like retail and say this is how retail can change the way it interacts with the customer and provide services to the customer. Thank you for the award. It's nice being here.
Thank you, Mr. Jamwal. Next, I'd like to call on stage Kriplani Mukesh, Chief Business Process Transformation and IT, Marico.
Good evening, and thank you, the esteemed jury panel of Mint editors as well as SAP for having awarded me this Digitalist award. So what my definition of digital is, actually digital means different things to different people. I completely agree, and it actually depends on the life stage of a company and the industry in which you operate. However, all of you will definitely agree that IT has always been digital ever since the microprocessor has been invented. And if you really want to come to a common definition, all of you can Google up what is digital by Mark Ruskino, who is the Senior Vice President of Gartner. And there is a one page which actually describes, and I think all of you will agree. Let me just describe what Marico defines digital as and what is the philosophy that we use. What we are actually we are essentially a B2B2C company, which means we sell the traditional way in which we sell to a distributor in a retail channel, and then that sells to the end consumer. So with digital, it actually provides us an opportunity to A, listen, engage, and reach with our consumers directly. So that's the first pillar on which we are using digital technologies to engage with the consumers and interact with them directly and probably reach out to them also in a far better fashion than we used to do earlier. The second one is how do we sell, whether it is online or through different channels, because the traditional trade channel itself is changing, so that model is changing. So how do we sell using digital channels and reach out to the consumers? The third one is innovation, which is how do we bring in a new business model using digital? And that can be like maybe tomorrow you don't want a hair shampoo or something. You just want, you will call up and say, I want great looking hair and I'm supposed to give you a service on that. So that's the third kind of an innovation. And finally, all this is going to generate a lot of data. And hence, the focus is on analytics and automation. So that means use all this data to analyze and garner better insights and automation of all the process. So we believe that all this will actually lead to an integrated customer experience, and that actually is the digital framework that Marico uses. And while this is a framework, I agree with what they've said, the SAP MD said in the previous panel, is in the end, it has to lead to some value add. And any value add can be measured by whether it is increasing efficiency, productivity, or whether it is changing the way you operate, your core operations, like for example, I said consumer connect. And the third one is it has to lead to growth and innovation. In an emerging market country like ours, we have to target growth and innovation. So if that doesn't come in, then I believe we have not harnessed digital in the right fashion. So those are my thoughts and definition on digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh. I'd like to call on stage Pandey Ajay, the Managing Director and CEO of Gift City. Please give him a big hand.
First and foremost, thank you, SAP and Mint, for honoring me with this award, which I humbly accept on behalf of my entire team. You've heard the definition of digital from a perspective of business conglomerates. Here I am to talk about a city. So I run a city which is India's first smart city. We don't figure in the 100 smart city list because if you go back to the document, we are listed there as a model smart city. So we are an example for others, so we had to continue to sort of lead. GIFT is also the place where we have India's first international financial services center. So if you're running a city, customer experience becomes that much more important. And for me, the customer is also that kid who comes to my Jamnabai Nursery school in his school bus if he has to track where his bus is. And also my customer is a share broker who's trying to trade in the BSE International Exchange, which, by the way, is the world's fastest exchange because we continue to be on the cutting edge of the technology, 4 microseconds, if that explains to you. And likewise, there are many elements of the city, both in terms of infrastructure. Some of that has been created for the first time in the country, which is already an example. And how do we link technology both to maintain it, create it, and make sure that it's linked to the benefits that the resident of the city is essentially taking it. Then there are vendors and suppliers who need to have access. In fact, we also happen to be our own municipal function, so to speak. The particular article in the Constitution has been given to us. We also run our own municipality. So we have to ensure that the developers, the architects, the planners, they all get accreditation. Everything, all of that is done digitally. So while it may appear to be the fact that some of these things are good for businesses or conglomerates or an institution, I think in this case, GIFT is a perfect example of how you can integrate all of these pieces and portions to provide a better citizen experience, as we call it. Because for us, as I said, the length and breadth of our likely customer or our existing customers or the existing 5,000 people who work there is absolutely phenomenal. As a result of all of this, there is a, I don't know how many of you know, when the sun rises from Japan and when it sets in the US side, which is almost about 22 hours, so to speak, or there whereabouts, that's the duration for which our exchanges work, our international exchanges work. You cannot deliver products and services if you're not on top of the game as far as the digital world is concerned. Likewise, as I said, there are customers from Gift City who are being served in New Zealand, Australia, right up to the US. And none of this is going to be possible, or was probably not possible, if we were not at the forefront of what we are doing. So in brief, I think it's a perfect example of how an integrated play of services, products can be offered to improve the lives of our citizens. And that's exactly where the world is moving to be. The urbanization that is happening in the country, or the experiences that all of us want, or in other words, we are today willing to pay a price, as I call it, towards quality of life. And that's what you see when you look at cities like us who are coming up right now. So with those few words, that's my definition of how a digital thing can play a difference in the lives of people. Thank you very much for honoring me again.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. I would now like to call on stage Seti Vijay, CIO and Head of CSR, Hero MotoCorp.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you, SAP. Thank you, Mint, for honoring me. A couple of thoughts that are coming to my mind as thinking of digital. To me, digital, giving the 7th definition, since we are only 6 of us out here, I think digital is not about technology. It's, for us, a way of life, and that's how it has to be. So it's not about technology, it's not about people, not about process, but it's way of life, it's culture in the organization, where it's not just the purview of one group or one department or anything, but anyone and everyone in the organization has to think digital at all times. Digital becomes part of the DNA of the organization, and there's nothing like a digital strategy or an IT strategy, but it's a business strategy where digital also plays a role. So when you're discussing anything in business, when digital actually automatically comes as a thought that can this thing be done digitally also, that's where the company should think that, yes, it has reached that stage where digital becomes part of life. So whether it was for our customers, all of us, for all of us, the way we started our digital journey from customers' perspective was, I think what has happened over the last 3-4 years especially is the expectations of customers have changed. Each one of us as customers and as providers for those, I think the expectations have changed, and that's where digital is playing a huge role as to, in this changing world, instead of giving a group of customers as to what they need, can each of the individuals be treated as someone who is an individual, not a group of customers. So I'm not saying for a bank, it's an HNI customers or customers out of Mumbai or sitting in this hotel, but each individual. So from a company like us, can we get into that when we are providing that service, it is for that individual, it's not for the customer. And that's where I think digital is playing a huge role. From a manufacturing perspective, I'll give you a very different example of where we are doing digital in one of the things. So we are world's largest two-wheeler company. We produce a bike every 18 seconds. So each bike would have about 2,000 odd parts, and you can just assume as to how it would be coming. And for us, if we can really reduce that 18 seconds to 17.8 or 17.7 seconds, just assume the amount of productivity gains, which will be because of that. So we just put up a new factory in Halol, which is in Gujarat. So we first created a full digital twin of that factory. So the entire factory was created on our laptops. And over there, we did a simulation as to if we make these changes, because the products are different, so you can't really replicate one location's entire layout and put it in the new factory. And then there are changes because of the land size and things like that. So we created the entire factory digitally and then did all that simulation. What it leads to? Number one, the cost of doing mistakes actually goes down drastically. The time to do rework actually reduces to 0. And finally, it impacts the customer because the quality of product that comes out actually becomes better. So any digital at the end has to have a value. That's what we need to think. The second, the digital should not be done for the organization, but it should be for the customer. At the end, any initiative that we do, it should, at the end of the day, impact customer somewhere. A lot of companies make this mistake that they are doing digital because my competitor has done it. But the reality is, each organization is different. So what has worked for one organization may or may not work for other organizations. So each one of us, when we are thinking of digital, we should look at our own DNA, look at our processes, and then decide what digital is. And the last point I'll say is, digital is not about technology only. Till you really improve your processes and the people part attached to it, only then you'll gain the advantage of digital. Otherwise, it will be a basic, as we used to see a few years back. Any process which is inefficient, if we automate it, it becomes more inefficient. If we digitize any process which is inefficient, it will become grossly inefficient. So we should also look at, whenever we're digitizing, look at the entire scope of the things and embed our culture in the organization. That's digital for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. Now I'd like to call on stage Vaidyanathan V., founder and chairman, Capital First Group.
Good evening, friends. Thank you very much, SAP and Mint, for giving us this Digitalist Award today. And on behalf of all employees of Capital First, we thank you a lot. Now, quick comments on digitalization and what it means to us. Okay, we are in the lending business. And when we started, there were already a large number of banks already in the space for maybe 100 years. There were established banks like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, and so on. And there were a number of NBFCs as well. So the way we think about it is that everybody in this country can be given a loan. Everybody can. Maybe for the right amount. Maybe someone can be given a loan of 1,000 rupees, somebody for 10,000 rupees, somebody for 20,000 rupees. Everybody can be given a loan for a particular tenor, for a particular interest rate. That way, the whole country is a market, and we have probably 1 billion genuine customers, not just talking about it just a matter of, it's not a figure of speech. It really, there are a number of customers there. The problem comes when we define a product program as this is a program under which you become eligible, in which I become the lender and you become the borrower, and I define the program for you. That's when we cut out maybe 50% of the market. Then we say that, okay, a home loan, okay, it is for 20 years. Your income installment ratio has to be 50%. You have to be resident of this city. And the moment we put so many conditions like that, then straight away, it is the fundamental root of all exclusion. So when we think about it like this, then to me, digitization makes sense only if we can open up the other part of the 50%, which all of us together, in the manner of programs, have excluded. So that is digitization to me. In fact, with this thought process, in 2010, we had only a 94 crore loan book. And we have no intention of fighting with HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, the big banks, and they will all crush us out by pricing, and there's no way an incumbent can fight a big bank. Using this approach of saying that find a different way of doing it in addressing a new market, we now have a loan book of close to about 19,000 crores. In just 5 years, we've lent over 30,000 crores, and still our NPA is less than 1%. So we really feel that the way to think about digitization is to say, if it can expand a new market for me, if it can grow the market, it is value add, it is digitization. And if it can't do it, then it is all just talk. So that's just my way of quickly understanding digitization. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaidyanathan. So for those who might be wondering whether we've got a math song, so you're seeing 8 chairs out there, you're seeing 7 people out here, and we're talking about 10 digital winners. No, that's a slight confusion out there. There should be 1 chair less. So we've got a maths right. So let me just explain it. It's not too digital out here. So we have your 7 winners out on stage. Mr. Jamwal is already here. 2 winners have expressed their inability to come over here. But we have Pramod Verma, who insisted that he wanted to play a video to the audience. So we have Pramod Verma's video, please.
Hello, everyone. Sorry couldn't be there today. It's an honor and privilege to be part of the awardee list. Thank you, Mint, for giving me the award. Congratulations to everyone, all the winners. I think it's the last 8-9 years of journey, starting with Aadhaar. and building up India's stack has been truly a privilege. I've been part of that entire journey, and I have to thank a lot of people for making that happen. But as a technologist, I feel what we are doing truly helps hundreds of millions of people have access and choice, access to information, access to products, access to services, and choice of how they want to access those services or products, anytime, anywhere, through mobile, through assisted services. And that's truly important to actually eliminate the lack of opportunities or lack availability of these products to those people. So I think technology can play such a large role in bridging that great divide that a lot of us who have been part of the Aadhaar and India Stack journey has seen that happening, and that excitement of what we can do truly to provide a platform on which others can solve the problems, other society can solve their problems, and technology is only a tool, and a lot of us play that role to ensure that at the end of the day that a massive number of people have ability to do everything that you and I and our children have access to do. So I think it's fantastic to be part of this journey, and thank you so much, Mint. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and enjoy your evening.
So that was Pramod Verma, the Chief Architect of the Unique Identification Authority of India, UIDAI. And the 10th winner is Anisha, President Reliance Jio, who expressed his inability to be here. But we have two people who are going to accept the tokens of appreciation on their behalf. But for that, I would like to call on stage now R. Sukumar, the editor of Mint, and Devdeep, the MD of SAP India, on stage so that they can honor the 10 digitalists and hand over the citation and trophy.
Okay. When we decided to identify digitalists, we had 3 or 4 broad criteria in place. Right? And the first criteria, because I think it's the most important one, is the extent to which the use of technology, the extent to which digitization has allowed a company to try out an innovative business model to cater to a segment of the audience that was previously not being catered to. So that was one of the criteria. The other criteria we looked at was the extent to which the digital philosophy pervaded every aspect of what the organization did. Conglomerates obviously came in for special focus because their operations are vast, they're diverse. Every company, especially in large, established, and old groups like the Tata Group and the Mahindra Group, have a different vintage. And it's interesting to look at how each one of these companies is using technology. So that was another criteria that we looked at. We obviously looked at the kind of technology itself that was being used, the enormity of the task, which is why, both UIDAI and GIFT were included, because digitization isn't just about company. You can use these technologies to pretty much run a country, to run a city, to launch Aadhaar is probably the world's biggest database-oriented biometric program, which can do all sorts of things. So these were some of the criteria that we looked at. A group of Mint editors led by, to use his own terminology, DeMonte Leslie, and people from SAP, because SAP works very closely with, or SAP, I'm sorry, works closely with a lot of these companies, looked at what was happening in each one of these companies. It helped that Leslie and his team have been covering technology for Mint for a long period of time, and then before Mint for other organizations. So they knew these companies and what was happening. We also had the confidence that our analysts had the ability to look at the financial performance of companies and weed out the companies that were not really doing well. We removed the companies which weren't really using technology well. We removed companies which had some sort of corporate governance issues and all that to ensure that the only people being awarded were people who were worthy of it. Of course, this year's winners have a huge task, which we haven't told them about yet. They're going to help us refine the methodology and make it a much more objective and data-driven methodology, because I think they're probably the best equipped to do it, so that subsequent editions will then follow that methodology. That is a process that will again be anchored by Leslie.
Sure. Thanks, Sukumar. I guess by now you've presumed that Leslie and Mint has done all the hard work.
No.
And really so. And most importantly, this is the first year of this award, and most of the awardees have self-selected themselves. They're so eminent, their work is so distinguishable. I think they're pretty much self-selected themselves, and that's the reason I think we are honored to have them as a jury. I'm sure, with Sukumar requesting, that we would get their acquiescence also on that. Thank you very much.
There is the minor issue of some awards to be given.
Where are the awards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other way around.
Come, please, from in front.
Very confusing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not an order. Yes? Yeah, reverse alphabetical order. Yeah, congratulations.
Like to call on stage Venkatesh Hariharan, who's a director in iSport, to accept the gift on behalf of Pramod Verma. And we have Sundar Raghavan and Samir Mehta, please. Are they in the room? Here, please, to accept the gift on behalf of Anisha.
Leslie again has given me the most difficult task of doing the closing remark when everybody wants to hit the bar. So, so I guess what we have learned throughout the day is the role which technology plays today is about innovation, about driving an inclusive growth, and most importantly, tackle some of the big challenges of the society, be it climate change, be it improved healthcare, or be it enabling our young generation with new digital technologies. In that regard, I would like to share with you SAP's vision is to help improve people's life and make the world run better. In India, we believe that we can be a co-innovation partner of choice for our customers, to partner in nation building as well as to help our SMEs be globally competitive, small and medium businesses be globally competitive. I know there were some questions in the CEO panel which happened, like, in India, 90% is SMEs. How do they benefit and things like that. In India as well as globally, 80% of our customers are actually SMEs. So technology is today affordable and can create an impact of business in every sphere. We also learned that this digital economy is not just about technology. It is about the ability to reimagine. It is about driving a cultural change. And more importantly, it's about driving the leadership agenda. And with that thought, given the opportunities which we have in India, possibly this is the only space. I've heard a comment earlier where the policy framework and even the infrastructure framework on digital, possibly the government is ahead of, of many of the, I would say, companies and industries. And possibly, compared to other government, it is far ahead. I guess we have a great opportunity to help nurture the next round of digital business leaders, the thought leaders, which can help enable growth as well as transformation, not just in your organization, but overall in the society and help in the nation building. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your participation, and I hope you have enjoyed the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Devdeep Sen Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Ladies and gentlemen, it has definitely been an amazing day. The exchange of information has been relevant and insightful, I'm sure. You have a sheet on your table, which is a feedback form. I'm going to request you to take a few moments of your time and kindly fill the feedback form. So these feedback forms, I'm sure you're going to be handing it to the team, but very quickly, I'm going to ask any one of you about your feedback for the day. Let's get to know what you actually felt so you can share your thoughts with everybody who's here for the entire day today. So we have a gentleman right here. A very good evening, sir. So may I kindly request you to please tell us your name, your company, and also what did you think about the Mint Digitalist Forum by SAP?
I'm Praveen Srikhande from the Aditya Birla Group. I think it was a wonderful afternoon spent understanding how the major companies in this country view digital at the CEO level, CFO level, CPO level. So a great experience.
And before we end, we have a performance for you. Our entertainers are going to be on stage in a bit, but before that, I'm sure you have your mobile phones with you today. We've been, throughout the afternoon, we've been encouraging you to join the conversation using the hashtag on Twitter, Digitalist India. So what I'm quickly going to do is, please take out your mobile phones, everybody, or maybe one on a table. If you could please take your mobile phones out from your bags, from your pockets. If they are on the table, great. In the next 10 seconds, please click a selfie of everybody. Any one person from your table can do that. Please click a selfie. Please make sure that you're uploading it. Join the conversation. You can also share your thoughts about being here at the Mint Digitalist Forum by SAP. So very quickly, can we have your cell phones out, please? Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have your phones out. And 10 seconds, we already have this gentleman who's doing it. You can give us a big smile in the selfie. And yes, everybody who's on the table, very quickly, may I kindly request you to do this. This table as well. We can see a lot of selfies actually happening. That's fantastic. Wherever you are, let's see those big smiles. Normally at the end of the day, the energy is a little low, but here today in the audience, I can see those big smiles, those bright smiles, and I'm sure that we would like to keep these smiles on your faces for a bit longer. You can remain seated on your tables. Your cocktails and drinks will be served to you on your tables. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce to you your entertainers for this evening. Shadow and Light is a contemporary classical duo of Pavitra Chari, disciple of Srimati Shubha Mudgal, and noted arranger and producer Anindo Bose. Together, the duo's style of music and the compositions are Hindustani classical, pop, jazz, and electronic. They were chosen as the first runner-up of the Sennheiser Top 50 competition in 2015 and won the opportunity to record with one of Bollywood's top production studios, Flying Carpet Productions. They have opened for the likes of Anushka Shankar and Ranjit Barot, and have played their music as a collaboration with Karsh Kale and Benny Dayal on the main stage of NH7 Weekender, Mood Indigo, and Red Bull Studio Science 2017. Well, they've started off 2017 with a bang for Shadow and Light as they won the Best Pop Act 2016 Judges' Choice Award by Radio City. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, you can already see them on the stage. If you will, please join me in putting your hands together and welcoming your entertainers for the evening, Shadow and Light.